I realized this money's probably gone and I'm never going to see anything else.
It's devastating. All of your belongings are somewhere you don't know where they are.
They say the best things in life are free, but you can give them to the birds and bees. I need money. That's what I want. That's what I want. Yeah. That's what I want.
Fighting fraud is a never-ending battle for law enforcement. Do you know who has access to your credit cards? Do you know who has access to your identity? Can somebody really take over your home? On the phone, by email, or right in your face? These are just some of the ways a fraudster will approach you. Hi, I'm Tom Nachu, and this is Fraud Squad TV. We work with members of law enforcement experts in the field and members of the community all across North America. We're here fighting fraud together. Each week, we'll introduce you to those who have been scammed, and we'll give you tips so that you don't become a victim of fraud. Watch, look, listen and learn, and then tell your friends and neighbors. In fact, become an expert yourself, because the more you know, the better your chances are. Don't become a victim of fraud, and if you think it can't happen to you, well, then think again. Fraud on the move. Here's a story of an assistant professor who had her belongings held for ransom by a mover who quoted her one price, but then demanded twice as much before delivering her goods. Let's take a look at this. It was 6 years ago, but a woman that we'll refer to as Anne remembers it as if it were yesterday.
I needed to move from Connecticut to Virginia to accept a teaching position.
Anne was 44 years old at the time. She was single and living alone. And so when she was offered a job 600 miles away from her Connecticut home, she soon became overwhelmed with the task of moving. But the excitement soon had her looking online for a mover.
I decided on a particular mover. I read an article in the New York Times about moving and avoiding moving scams.
Anne made a list of the movers based on the bids that she was given, and then she did what any prudent consumer would do. Once she narrowed it down to one, she thoroughly looked into that company's past.
I checked with the Department of Transportation and with the Better Business Bureau, and everything about this company checked out fine.
Everything did check out fine, but as Anne was soon to find out, she was going to have to hang on tight for the bumpy ride ahead.
We set a date for the move, and on that day, 5 movers showed up with a rented truck.
Anne felt she went about the whole process in a very smart and educated way. She looked into her options for movers. She checked out their history thoroughly, and she kept a list of all of the documents that they provided.
The majority of professional movers are a tremendous credit to their industry, and they're in the people business. They have families themselves. They have unique skills that allow them to be movers. They're not moving cantaloupes, they're not moving widgets. They're interacting with people on a daily basis and moving your things. It's a unique skill set.
We were very friendly at first. I offered water and, everything was on a friendly basis.
But as Anne tells us, a dark cloud was soon to be upon her when she was presented with the bill for the move.
The way they had quoted the move by email was a per pound charge, so that the truck could be weighed and I would be charged per pound. And they estimated how many pounds I might have.
But that estimate lasted only until all of her belongings were loaded and locked inside the truck.
Once the things were locked on the truck, they claimed that they were going to charge me by cubic foot, and they claimed that I had much more than what the inventory had shown, and then presented me with a bill that was more than twice the estimate that they had given me by email.
Ann tells us that when she was presented with the new estimate, she made one request.
I told them that I'd been quoted by pound, and I asked them to go to a weigh station on the highway and weigh the truck and give me the weight ticket so that I could pay that way when they delivered the goods. And they said okay. But in the end, they didn't end up doing that at all. It's devastating.
Sadly, Ann's story is not unique. There's a website called movingscam.com that's dedicated to helping people out who have suffered this type of fraud. In fact, they tell us that in July alone of last year, they received 120 complaints.
Dishonest, disreputable companies who come out and they underbid to get the job. Then once they've loaded everything up and they've got everything secure in their truck, they say, well, we thought it was going to take 3 men, 1 truck, 6 hours, but it took 4 men, 8 hours, and this, that, and the other thing, and now the price has doubled.
Ann did manage to get her belongings back.
They ended up delivering the belongings, and I had to pay the inflated amount in cash. A few months later, the New York City police, the mover was based in New York, the New York City police contacted me by letter, apparently because they had gotten so many complaints about this one company that they couldn't ignore it anymore, and they teamed up with the Department of Transportation to go after this mover. So they were arrested, and they served a couple of months in jail.
Ann has decided to help other people who are faced with the prospect of hiring a mover.
We have a consumer advocacy website called movingscam.com, and first of all, we try to prevent this from happening to people. Probably the best thing to do is just go by word of mouth. Use a mover that someone you know has already used and found to be reputable.
Movingscam.com maintains a list of blacklisted movers. But Ann warns that we should all thoroughly check out our mover, ask around, make sure that they've got a good reputation. Lots of fraudulent movers change their names all the time so as to avoid that bad reputation. Ann chose to remain anonymous for this piece because of the threats that fraudsters make towards people who expose them. But it didn't stop her from telling her story and warning all of us. Well, Craig Hannaford, it's now the 21st century. People have been moving for a long time. Surely, at this time and date, there's ways to prevent this type of fraud.
Well, it exists because people aren't doing their due diligence. If you're going to hire a mover, you have to do a few checks before you sign on the dotted line. The best thing you can do is to make the proper checks of the moving companies that you're hiring.
Craig Hannaford, thanks a lot for looking into this for us. We'll be right back with more Fraud Squad TV. It could come by mail, fax, or email. It's called the Nigerian letter, or the 419, which is named after the penal code in Nigeria. The scam's been in existence for over 25 years. It originated from Nigeria, but now it comes from many other countries. It can take something even more valuable than your money. It can take your life. You're about to meet a doctor who fell into the trap. Let's take a look at this.
At this point in this experience, I had already given these people $60,000, or very close to that, maybe a touch more, and plus the expenses of phoning back and forth and all these faxes and things. So it was mounting up to the point now, and I realized this money's probably gone and I'm never going to see anything else.
Some years ago, Dr. Axelson received a fax from Nigeria about some oil industry money. A lot of money.
Nigeria has been tagged as being the mecca for the 419 scam, but they are now, they've crossed all the borders. That's the thing about the internet. You can execute these scams from virtually anywhere. The victim does not come from any walk of life. They're not poor, and particularly, they're not particularly wealthy. They're not particularly well educated, and some of them are quite well educated. It is fascinating. It crosses all sections of life.
Often on these 419 scams, the victims will receive large amounts of documentation that appear to come from legitimate Nigerian government offices, such as the Central Bank of Nigeria or the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation. And the documents look official. They've got all sorts of stamps and signatures. But the fact of the matter is they're just bogus, fraudulent documents.
I received a fax from an official who claimed himself as a doctor, and he was an official from a group of people in Nigeria who had a bunch of money over there that was overcharges of contract situations with the oil industry. And they invited me to help them to get it out by allowing them to transfer these funds. It was $15.2 million into my account, and they were willing to share 30% of it with me. 60% went with them, and then 10% was to be allowed for expenses for both sides.
Within hours of replying to the fax, an endless wave of impressive-looking documents started coming to Dr. Axelson, and they kept coming for months on end.
The first time they asked me for money was they were going to send over 2 government officials from the Bank of Nigeria, plus my contact man in Nigeria, to come over here and finalize the delivery of this money to me in Canada.
At first, it seems to be a very clean transaction. Millions of dollars, I get a percentage, and all I need to do is to set up an account for this transaction.
Dr. Axelson was told that $2.8 million would be deposited into his account if he just helped get the money out of Nigeria. It was too tempting to resist, especially since he checked with his financial advisor and was told that what harm could it do just to check things out?
I'm not a millionaire by any way, shape, or form, and I take advantage of situations that might help improve my financial situation. And I looked upon this opportunity as one of those. At this point in this experience, I had already given these people $60,000, or very close to that, maybe a touch more. So it was mounting up to the point now, and I realized this money's probably gone and I'm never going to see anything else.
They told him to bring another $20,000 for expenses and bring it to Amsterdam, where he would receive payment.
It was set up that I would go to Holland, where the money would be transferred to me in cash, because they couldn't wire it out anywhere. So they would secretively take the money to Holland and give it to me there. I had to bring along $20,000 US in cash to cover some of the costs of this transfer.
After arriving in Amsterdam, Dr. Axelson met with several men in an old building.
They opened up this big trunk. It had to be 3 feet long, 2 feet high, and 2 feet wide. And it was at least 2/3 or 3/4 full of American money, $100 bills. And they said, help yourself, fill your briefcase. Well, I looked at all this money, and I looked at them, and I figured, well, if I walk around Amsterdam with a briefcase full of money, first thing they're going to do is set me up for a robbery, and I would lose it all and maybe get hurt in the process, so I declined.
Amsterdam is one of the locations, but it's not the only one. What they do want to do is they want to control the environment. They don't want to come to your location, they want you coming to their location.
And I gave them the money, and then they went on their way.
The next day, a man calling himself Dr. Thompson Brown dropped another bombshell on Dr. Axelson.
Between my contact in Nigeria and this Mr. Brown, they could come up with $25,000 of this money, but I would have to come up with the rest.
Just give me the money. But I already gave you. You'll be rich.
I said, well, I can't come up with that just off the top of my head. I'll try and contact home and see what I can do.
In a fit of desperation, Dr. Axelson called his wife.
My wife wasn't having any part of this. She said to herself, there's just no way I'm going to come up with this money. I can't get this money for you.
Fortunately, his wife convinced him to come home and contact the police.
When we first met Dr. Axelson, he was still a believer that he was actually involved in a legitimate sort of investment. So what we did to convince him is we showed him all of the Nigerian advance fee letters that people had turned into us over the years.
They decided that maybe there's a way we can catch this rascal over there, but we have to have the help of the Amsterdam Police Department.
Most 419 scammers never get caught or go to jail, but not this time.
When I contacted him, this Mr. Brown, they went back to the same hotel that I was originally in and rented 2 rooms, one side by side with an adjoining door.
The plan that we had with Dr. Axelson and the Dutch authorities was to tell the suspects in Amsterdam that Dr. Axelson was returning with approximately $60,000 to make the next payment.
And the police had set it up so that I was to walk him down to the bottom, to the lobby, and when I shook his hand, that was the signal that that was the guy.
As Dr. Axelson was about to hand over the money, that's when the arrest was made.
Thompson Brown spent a year in an Amsterdam jail and then another 6 months behind bars in Canada, but there was more to come.
When Dr. Thompson Brown was arrested, he had a notebook on him, and the notebook contained all sorts of names and phone numbers of people all over the world. When I say all over the world, I mean everywhere from the United States to Papua New Guinea.
That notebook led them to a victim in upstate New York who had lost hundreds of thousands of dollars to Brown. And that cost him another 5 years in jail in the U.S.
I felt sorry for myself that I was such a sucker to get involved in such a scheme as this. But it was so convincing with all these documents and the malarkey that I was fed. It just fed my greed, I guess. And
it's a scam. Shred it, ignore it, rip it up. It's a complete and total scam.
Although Dr. Axelson found the sting exciting, he still feels the sting of the money he's lost. So how do you make sure that something like this doesn't happen to you or a family member? Take Craig Hannaford's advice and never respond to these type of offers, no matter how tempting they are.
unfortunately, I retired with a considerable debt, and I'm still trying to pay off that debt. So I'm still looking at entrepreneurial things, but not such dangerous ones.
Well, Craig Hannaford, this has been going on for 25 years. You've been in law enforcement for 25 years. How can this thing still keep working?
It's not going to stop working because as long as there are people out there who perhaps are a little bit greedy, are looking for their ship to come in, it'll keep working.
Dr. Axelson is such a well-educated man. He's successful, run many businesses. How does a man like this get taken so far down the river?
Well, these fraudsters, they know how to play to human weakness. One human weakness is, of course, greed, and people will be chasing that money and do anything they can to get it.
Craig Hannaford, thanks very much for your work on this piece. We'll be back with more Fraud Squad TV right after this.
Have you or anyone you've known been the victim of a fraud or scam? Unfortunately, many of us have, and fraudsters rely on us letting our guard down. Email is a great way of communicating. It's fast and convenient, but we've become so used to it that we don't always use caution. An unbelievable 10% of people still click on embedded links in suspicious emails, and every time they do, they expose themselves to a variety of frauds. In this segment, Fraud Squad TV takes it to the street to hear some of your stories.
I have been defrauded. I had a lease, and so I was putting myself out on the internet and I was posting sublease. I got an email from a girl that was saying that she was a model from Nigeria. I asked her if she was gonna come and she said yes, and she needed me to send her $25,000 or $2,500 to buy a ticket to come over here. It was some really big, messed up story. I was this close. My dad went to the bank, got the check, was about to send it, and then I was like, this is too fishy, this is really weird. And then I did some research on the internet, and I found out that it was like a scam.
I myself haven't been defrauded, but my friend has, and he got his banking stuff actually defrauded. He got an email, he saw it like 3 in the morning, it said it was from bank. It's saying all this information, we're going to close your account if you don't give us all your information right now because of some sort of issue. I guess he was half asleep or whatever. Filled out everything. Next day, he had about $9,000 taken out of his line of credit, which was totally gone. I think he was out. He had no access to money for about 5 weeks while the bank investigated. But yeah, he was no money for 5 weeks. I had to support his ass. If the bank is really going to close your account, they're going to call you or they're going to tell you to come in. Don't ever do anything over the internet because if it's that serious, it wouldn't be done over the internet in the first place. Rip all your receipts up in the trash best you can so nobody can trace through it, and be smart with everything you do.
It's all about prevention. So never reply to an email that requests your personal information. Don't use links embedded in emails. Instead, go to the web page directly by typing the web address in your browser. And protect your computer with up-to-date antivirus software and spyware filters. I'm Naomi Joy for Fraud Squad TV.
They are all indictable offenses with a maximum penalty of 14 years in prison. It's a very serious criminal offense.
The worst part of this whole thing and the darkest moment that I had to endure, I think, was at the very beginning.
They say the best things in life are free, but you can give them to the birds and bees. I need money. That's what I want. That's what I want. Yeah. That's what I want.
Hi there, I'm Tom Nacho, and this is Fraud Squad TV. This series will introduce you to victims of fraud, allow you to hear from actual experts in the field, and provide you with tips and tricks so that you don't become a victim of fraud. Watch, look, listen, and learn because it really can happen to you. And knowing it is your best defense. Come on, let's fight fraud together. Are you sure the money in your pocket is real? And would you be able to tell the difference? And if you did find a fake bill, what should you do with it? We're about to show you. Millions of dollars in counterfeit cash are on the streets of Canada today. The cost of security features and lost revenue are left to, you guessed it, us, the taxpayers. We'll also show you some amazing technological breakthroughs being made by the Bank of Canada to protect us from bogus bills. Take a look at this.
For possession of counterfeit money, for making counterfeit money, for uttering or using counterfeit money, and for possessing instruments that are used to make counterfeit currency. They are all indictable offenses with a maximum penalty of 14 years imprisonment. It's a very serious criminal offense.
Officer Barry Baxter has been instrumental in the fight against counterfeit money. Yet, even with stiff criminal sentences, there's still a lot of guys trying to pull it off. But as Baxter says, they're becoming less and less successful.
As a result of the increases in counterfeit activity between the years 2001 and 2003, the Bank of Canada responded with the introduction of the new Canadian Journey Series banknotes with state-of-the-art security features. Now, a counterfeiter can use existing technology in order to create the basics of a counterfeit banknote. However, the enhanced security features are very difficult to produce in a method that allows deception to retail merchants or the public.
It's very easy for the average person to tell a real banknote from a fake one. It takes only a few minutes to learn, actually, and a few seconds to check. One security element is the holographic stripe that can be found right here on the left side of the banknote. What's to look for in it is the color shifting. When you move the banknote, it should be going through all of colors of the rainbow. Another feature is a security thread that is found on the reverse side of the banknote in the left side. If you hold the banknote in front of a light source, what you'll see is that the dotted line becomes a full line that goes from the top of the bill to the bottom of it.
The security features such as the watermark in the center of the new $10 bills, and that if you hold the the new bills, that you can see that the 4 little rectangles form into a band.
I do it before.
If a retail merchant or clerk is engaged in a transaction where they are suspicious of a banknote, from a law enforcement perspective, we would like them to retain the banknote as long as it is safe to do so and not to put themselves in a position where they may come to bodily harm. They can refuse the transaction. However, again, we advocate do not place yourself in harm's way. If you are able to retain the note, you must contact local law enforcement immediately. This is a criminal activity. Unfortunately, we are aware of some instances where people who have found themselves to be in possession of what they believe to be a counterfeit banknote, that they have engaged in the criminal activity of attempting to pass it on to somebody else, which simply is criminal in nature and further fuels organized crime activity.
The Bank of Canada continues to develop processes which will fight against fraudulent money. In fact, they've got some new ones that are out almost any time now. But in the meantime, here's some tips that they've developed that will help you in the fight against fraudulent money. First of all, when you're checking a bill, always look for 2 or more security features and compare that bill to a bill that you know was genuine to make sure that you've got that comparison properly. Now, keep this in mind as well. The person passing the bill's integrity may not be in question, it just might be the bill. Lots of innocent people have counterfeit money in their hands or in their wallets. It is a crime to knowingly pass a counterfeit bill to someone who doesn't suspect it. Now, if you want more information on what the Bank of Canada is doing, you can visit their website. We're with Craig Hannaford again of Hannaford Partners Incorporated. After 25 years in the business, I imagine you've seen your fair share of counterfeits. Here's a scenario for you. 18-year-old kid working at a convenience store. Big tough guy comes in at 11 o'clock at night, tries to pass a 50. What we're told to do is to reject it. But in that scenario, it doesn't really make a lot of sense.
Well, that's one of the things to keep in mind. You know, it's safety and security of employees first. We're not asking anybody to do anything that might jeopardize their safety. However, if the circumstance allows it, I think you can identify to the customer that this appears to be a counterfeit and refuse to accept the note. Better still, to get the customer to agree that you're going to call the authorities and turn it over to police.
We've been talking about Canadian money. Canadian money has always been very colorful. The 5s are blue, the 10s are purple. You'd think it would be harder to counterfeit.
Well, actually, it is more difficult to counterfeit, and with a lot of the new security features that the Bank of Canada is putting into their currency, it makes it very difficult to counterfeit. But you know, counterfeiting won't end. There'll always be counterfeiters out there. So it is important to know your currency and know how to identify whether it's a counterfeit or not.
So a few simple rules, and you'll make sure that the money in your wallet is actually real. Here's Craig with a few more tips.
Take a look at the hologram on the note and move it back and forth. You should see a shift in color in the hologram. If you hold your bill up to the light, you will see various watermarks that are visible. Another thing that you can do is look at the security thread which is found through the note. And when you hold that up to the light, it should become one solid line. Don't be stuck with a counterfeit note. If you are uncertain, simply refuse to accept it and suggest that it be turned over to the police.
We'll be back in a moment with more Fraud Squad TV. Imagine this. You own your home outright and you don't owe a dime on it. But one day, you get a call from the bank looking for your mortgage payment. What happened? Well, someone that you don't even know walked into the bank, assumed your identity, took your mortgage out on your home, and then left you responsible.
The worst part of this whole thing and the darkest moment that I had to endure, I think, was at the very beginning when I didn't have an understanding of what had happened to me and why it happened to me. Back in 2005, I sold my house. I found a new residence to buy and went to my bank to arrange mortgage on the new property that I was about to purchase. Much to my surprise, when I went in to see Mary at the bank, she said, "Sue, sit down. You don't own the house. You've been the victim of mortgage fraud."
I know, but it happened. I'm sorry.
That was only the beginning of Susan's nightmare. Not only did this so-called Mr. Right get away with $300,000 scot-free, but the bank expected Susan to pay for it.
Fraudsters are very organized. They know the process. They create fake identities. They create fake agreements of purchase and sale. They'll duplicate a regular real estate transaction with straw people, and then they'll just proceed as if it was real.
I'd been receiving statements from Maple Trust to a Thomas Wright at my address. I opened it, and sure enough, it was a statement for a mortgage on my property to the tune of almost $300,000.
Susan's first question to me, of course, was, well, this is ridiculous. They're asking me to be responsible for a mortgage I neither signed nor had anything to do with. And it was very difficult, and I remember it well, her reaction when I told her that the problem was much worse than she thought. Not only could they evict her from her home, I had no defense to such an action if they chose to bring it.
The law set a precedent that a fraudulent mortgage was valid, and that's why I was stuck trying to get my mortgage dismissed. It was scary, I gotta tell you. I was scared to death. So I came home late from curling one night. There's a knock at the door, I don't answer it, and it's getting louder and louder and louder. Then he started shining this huge flashlight up the hall, and then I got really scared. So I called 911, and within 5 minutes, there were like 5 police cars here, but it turned out it was a sheriff who served me with papers for eviction for non-payment of this fraudulent mortgage that they put on. So up until this point, I'd been Miss Nice Guy. The next day, we called the Star. That's when the Star came in, did the story on me, and it was picked up and read by Joe Tascona, the MPP for Barrie Simcoe. With his help, we went and took on the Ontario government.
The law seems to be on the side of the scumbag who defrauded Susan Lawrence. So Susan and her lawyer had to accomplish the seemingly impossible. They had to set new precedent, actually make new law.
The case that, in fact, was the one that Susan's case overturned involved a woman who had forged her husband's name on a mortgage so she could take the money and go to a casino and gamble it all away. You could understand the court's reluctance to let her and her husband, who were not split up, walk away with that money, leaving the banks defenseless in terms of their ability to recover.
I was victimized twice. I was victimized in that they stole my house, and then I was victimized again. It was up to me to prove that these guys were bad and that the fraud had been committed against me.
There wasn't an MPP in the province whose phone wasn't ringing off the hook from constituents asking them to explain how Ontario could have a law like this that actually put homeowners at risk for something they could not prevent or do anything about.
So not only did she hire a lawyer at huge expense to herself, but she went public with it, and she had the strength and the courage to actually go and try and convince the Ontario Court of Appeal to reverse itself after only 5 months.
The new law, which changed the actual Land Titles Act in Ontario, and that in combination with the outcome of Susan Lawrence's case, took the responsibility for resolving this problem off the shoulders of the innocent victim.
I'm pretty proud of what we accomplished. I don't think I understood how big a deal it was at first, but then when I read in the law magazines and on all the websites about the great job I've done, and I feel great.
You've just heard a story about Susan Lawrence. Now, how do good guys go bad? This is a story about a man named Kevin Barnes. He was seduced by greed, and he fed that greed by leveraging other people's properties and their dreams.
I received 5 years in Leavenworth, did 5 years in the halfway house. Prison's not fun. I mean, and no matter where you're at, a halfway house is not fun. You don't forget the smells, you don't forget the noises, you don't forget the people. It's when everything's taken away from you and you survive or you're underneath somebody else, is control. Just like, and I use this analogy, when somebody gets a speeding ticket or for a DUI or anything, they go sit in the county jail, multiply it times 100. I mean, it's simply like that. And just the noises and just the people, it's not where you want to go. It's not where you want to be. We committed a mortgage fraud from the inside out. We started off making false statements on our standard 1003 form, the loan application, by coaching the consumer on what to do. In turn, if that didn't work, we would then wait till the consumer was gone and then alter and change their documents for them. The way I benefited for this particular thing is by more cash in my pocket. It's all about money. So the more loans I could close and the more people I could get approved, the more money that I would make. 24 million was the actual loss. 100 million we got away with, which is $124 million. The 100 million went defunct after the fact. So the total loss would have been 124 million. And it was over a 5-year period. In this particular case, I had found somebody who worked for the credit reporting agencies who could alter and change. She was in the data department, so she could change the credit reports. She loved to smoke dope. She couldn't afford it. So we found that weak link, and we decided, if we can supply that for you, would you take care of our credit reports? She in turn negotiated this, and we took care of her. She took care of us. I actually got called up to by the RTC, Resolution Trust Corporation. They started looking at the bad business decisions that these banks had made. And he realized that we never sent up a red flag. And in turn, that was a red flag to that auditor or that investigator. And so he took the files, all of them, and he went backwards through everything he'd ever touched and handed them to the FBI. And they in turn investigated. When I got out of prison in '97 and off parole, I set out to beat the system again. I simply went undercover myself and been hired by 3 of the largest banks as a convicted federal felon. I teach and train and educate the industry on mortgage fraud, on the red flags. I take the time to show them the proper way to take a 1003, to educate realtors, to deal with brokers and appraisers, all with integrity, so we all work together on the same format. Based upon the numbers that we see and what we deal with on a daily basis, we're looking at an $86 billion problem. That's with a B. If we're on the same platform and format, then we're going to start taking this $86 billion problem and chipping away at it.
Back with Craig Hannaford talking about mortgage fraud this time. Unbelievable, as despicable as it is, you've almost got to admire the fraudsters for coming up with that loophole. Who would have believed that you could take a mortgage on my house?
Well, you know, it can happen, and it has happened. It's probably a little bit more difficult these days because there's been a lot of awareness about it, but you still have to be vigilant.
On the other hand, in the old days, you knew your banker. There's no way that you could go in posing as me because, you know, I'd made the deal with him.
In this day and age of internet banking where people are doing things electronically, we've lost that human touch with our banker. So if they see something coming through the bank that doesn't sort of match with your profile, they'll probably call you, and that's a good way to protect yourself.
Thanks, Craig Hannaford, for the information on that. And now Craig has got a few more tips.
One of the best things is to check your credit rating at least once a year. This will show you if somebody has put a mortgage on your property that you're not aware of. And one of the other things that you can do is you can actually purchase insurance that will protect you against mortgage fraud.
We'll be back in a moment with more Fraud Squad TV.
Have you or anyone you've known been the victim of a fraud or a scam? Well, unfortunately, most of us have. And the length that fraudsters will go to get what they want might shock you. Millions of people will be the victims of identity theft this year. And in almost 70% of the cases, the information will be gained by stealing a wallet, mail, or unbelievably by someone the victim knew. In this segment, Fraud Squad TV takes it to the street to hear some of your stories.
I had my credit card stolen. It never got to me in the mail. And then when I inquired about the missing card, apparently there was already a $4,500 charge on it. So someone took it from the mail before it got to my house. I applied for the credit card. I got my PIN number, never got the card. I waited. Finally called to ask where the card was because I'd received my PIN number. They kept asking me, you know, you should have received it. Are you sure you didn't receive it? And I said, what's the problem? And finally the guy said, well, there's already a $4,500 charge on the card. They basically accused me that I was trying to scam them, and eventually it was proven that I was innocent. But it was a huge hassle for me, and I had to do all the work to prove that I wasn't the person that was doing the scam, that I had been scammed. So it was pretty bad.
So my buddy had an old Acura, about 1992, and he's trying to sell it for about $1,500. This guy in Ottawa calls him up and says, I want to buy it. Come up to Ottawa, I'll give you a check and a Greyhound ticket and send you home. Anyways, my buddy does it, drives up to Ottawa, gets written a bad check, $1,500. Buddy does not buy him a bus ticket, stuck in Ottawa, no car, no way home, had to hitchhike home. Anytime you're going to sell a car, you got to get a certified check. There's just no other way to do it. Personal check is nothing, it's just paper. So certified check, that's about the only way you can get around that situation.
Always remember, keep your personal information safe. Don't ever leave your wallet or purse unattended, especially in public areas like grocery stores, restaurants, or even under your work desk. You never know who might be waiting for the opportunity to take it. This is Naomi Joy for Fraud Squad TV.
The damage to the foundation would be heartbreaking. The damage to the cause would be catastrophic.
You know, I referred to Michael Holiday as a pickpocket in an Armani suit.
They say the best things in life are free, but you can give them to the birds and bees. I need money. That's what I want. That's what I want. Yeah. That's what I want.
Hi there, I'm Tom Natchu. Welcome to Fraud Squad TV. With all of these get-rich-quick schemes out there, it's hard to spot that individual who's outright lying to you. Finish this line for me. If it seems too good to be true. That's right, it usually is. But if we know this, how is it that so many of us supposedly smart people get caught by someone's lies when it comes to money? Well, the answer is simple. Fraudsters have perfected their techniques to find our weaknesses. Knock, knock. Who's there? Now that's a question we all need to start asking. Door-to-door charity fraud is fast becoming a crime that makes victims out of the donor as well as the charity the fraudster claims to represent. It happens when someone comes to your door claiming to represent a legitimate charity. Since you're familiar with the organization, you make a donation and you receive a receipt. The trouble is, neither the receipt nor the canvasser are real. Not only have you lost your money, but the charity being misrepresented loses credibility for future legitimate canvassers. Let's take a look at this. Stephen Lewis is the founder of the organization that bears his name. He's known worldwide for the work that he's done to prevent AIDS in Africa. It's organizations like his and other organizations that do important worldwide work that are suffering from this type of fraud.
The overwhelming majority of contributions to the foundation come from individuals. Between 50 and 60,000 individual Canadians have made contributions. Almost nothing from the corporate sector, almost nothing from the foundation sector, almost nothing from the government. The harm to the cause, if there was a fraudulent connection made, is calamitous. The whole foundation has been built on the basis of integrity.
Unfortunately, the legitimate charities are all impacted by frauds that are perpetrated against charities, as well as the sham charities that are exposed, because donors are then much more skeptical. Sometimes they might even associate certain types of organizations and certain types of causes with fraud.
One of our donors called us and let us know that someone had come to them and asked for money on our behalf. And when we asked what it was about, it was no relation to any event that was happening, so we explained to them that they weren't operating on our behalf, and then we called the police.
It becomes a vehicle then, since people are so generous, for those scoundrels who would wish to bilk the process.
In January 2006, he came to the door, which is not that unusual for our neighborhood, and said he'd been here last year. Did I remember him?
Perhaps you could help us with $50 or $100.
I'll give you 50 or 100.
It'd be really great.
All right, can you hold on just one moment? I know my husband had given previously, and so I donated another $20. He then gave us his charitable tax receipt with the charity listed on the bottom and the registration number, which is supposed to confirm that, in fact, he is a charity. I did ask for a brochure from the charity,
Can you give me some sort of brochure or flyer?
And he told me he had just run out. We checked on the Revenue Canada website with the name of the alleged charity and the charity number on the bottom of the receipt. It indicated that, in fact, it was not a charity, which meant that he was a fraud and that we would not be getting our tax credit.
Rob Dryden admits that there were a few $1,000s lost in donation to these fraudulent canvassers. But more important than that, it's the damage done to the organization itself.
The effect is that the legitimate charities are then subject to much greater regulation and oversight by government agencies and regulators, making their administrative efforts much, much more difficult.
It's outrageous that money would be siphoned off for suspect purposes.
We do a lot of great work, and we work very hard at making sure people know who we are and what we stand for. And integrity in this business is primary. And when someone goes and uses your name and takes money from someone, that donor doesn't receive a tax receipt, doesn't receive a thank you letter, it undermines everything that we've been trying to do.
Well, thank you very much.
It is a white-collar crime in the sense that he hasn't physically hurt people in the community. However, he has hurt the charities who are trying to raise funds legitimately, and he's also hurt the individuals from whom he's taken money.
So what should you do if a door-to-door canvasser comes to your door and claims to represent a charity?
I would suggest, if you don't know them, don't give them cash. You could choose to write a check to them, or better yet, you could get their name and go onto the organization's website. The majority of organizations have websites that you can donate on, and make a donation on behalf of that person.
My wife and I are careful. We demand to see the identification, and we authenticate it. You just have to be on guard all the time.
Fundraising is everything to us. We don't receive any government funding, so the only money we have to operate on is from donors themselves.
Since being defrauded, we no longer donate to people who come to the door.
The damage to the foundation would be heartbreaking. The damage to the cause would be catastrophic.
They say that charity begins at home. But when someone comes to your home claiming to represent a charity, it's down to you to show the due diligence to make sure that you and the charity aren't being defrauded. For more information on this type of fraud, you can go to our website at fraudsquadtv.com. Craig Hannaford, with 25 years in law enforcement and the president of his own security company. When the girl guide comes to the front porch, she's wearing a uniform, and that's why I buy her cookies. In fact, I buy a lot of her cookies. But almost every weekend, there's more and more people at the door asking for money for charity. How am I to know the legitimate ones from the illegitimate ones?
Well, it can be a real challenge to determine if it's a bona fide charity representative that's coming to your door. But what I would say is ask questions. Ask questions of the canvasser. What is the charity all about? Where are their offices? What are their programs? What are they spending their money on?
But the victims aren't just those of us who end up with a phony tax receipt. The victims can be really the charities. Lots of us want to give to charities. How do we do that?
Well, it can be an easy trap. You can call the office of the charity to confirm whether that person is actually a bona fide canvasser for that charity. If you get a phone call from a charity, check the charity out on the internet. Ask them to mail you the information so you can review it. Don't impulsively give to a charity. Research the charity to ensure it is legitimate. If the charity or the canvasser is pressuring you to make an on-the-spot donation, you should be suspicious.
It's a shame. And like all fraud, it's kind of changed the way we have to live. So even with charities and come door to door, due diligence is your part. We'll be back with more Fraud Squad TV after this. How do you know when to trust an investment broker? The story you're about to see is one of the biggest investment frauds in stock market history by a single con artist. Young and ambitious investment broker Michael Holliday defrauded major brokerage firms and successful investors out of more than $20 million. How did he do it? Take a look at this. Over the course of this season, our writers at Fraud Squad TV will bring you tons of stories that are absolutely frightening, but none more than this one. This is a story about a Vancouver native who becomes a Bay Street financial whiz kid, only to learn the trade and then defraud innocent people over $20 million worth.
I referred to Michael Holiday as a pickpocket in an Armani suit. With Michael Holiday, it's as if they took every aspect of investment fraud and put it into one personality. That is, that he used every tool in the book to become successful. Somewhere along the line, Holiday got big plans to become a big city success with lots of money and lots of power, so naturally he gravitated to Bay Street. He went up and down Bay Street for a couple of days, literally begging any of the brokerages to take him on. And his first day of work was called Black Monday, the day the stock market plummeted 20%. That's how Michael Holiday's career began, and I've always thought that's a bit of a marker of some sort.
Holiday is the type of person that you would meet on the street who is a very calm, cool, collected individual. Probably one of the most dangerous people out there with respect to these types of crimes.
How does a scumbag like Holiday weave such a perfect web of deception so as to suck his victims in so quickly?
One of the things about these fraud artists is they're not great geniuses. Everyone I've looked at, including Holiday, have essentially used very simple devices, all of them built on trust, and this is the important thing to remember.
He was working for one of the major investment dealers. I knew it wasn't a fly-by-night brokerage firm. In my job, I was traveling about 10 or 12 trips a year, so it was very good for me, the amount of business travel I was doing, to have somebody that I could trust. And he explained that because of the fact that I was away so much, that the moves in the market were time sensitive, and because he couldn't always reach me, would I be prepared to give him discretion to trade when he saw it was appropriate?
We're going to get you to sign one of the documents here and one under. Fantastic.
When will I get the rest of this money?
When you get the rest of this money?
According to government figures, Canadians lose $5 billion a year to this type of fraud. Americans lose $1 million per hour to investment fraud. How do otherwise intelligent investors consistently fall victim to these high amounts?
Everybody does have an element of greed within them. The idea that if they can make a dollar faster than they can earn a dollar from their employment, why not give it a shot?
And he would show you on a monthly basis the returns that people were getting. And I did have a friend who also had gone to him as a client and was doing this kind of trading and was very happy with these phenomenal profits that he was making. Like it was like you couldn't miss.
Michael Holiday was earning over $1 million a year in commissions. This was unheard of. He was elevated to the President's Club, which made him one of the top 5% of producers in the organization. This was their shining guy. This was their golden boy. But somebody at the brokerage said, how is he doing this? Because we'd like all our other guys to do it. And one of the board of directors members went to talk to Holiday, came back and said, I can't figure it out. And they said, well, let's leave him alone because $1 million a year is $1 million a year. He would say to clients who called and said, hey, I just got my statement and my account is like 90% of my money is missing. What's happening? And his response would be, oh, they've screwed things up at the computer. Look, I'll find out what it is and I'll give you my personal statement and tell you where you stand. And people would toss away these computerized statements and accept this hand-scrawled statement saying, you didn't actually lose $90,000, you made $40,000. And here it is, and trust me, and they did. And of course, they felt terribly foolish afterwards.
Lo and behold, there's a letter for me from the compliance department of First Marathon to advise that the losses to date were something in excess of $148,000 US.
When he joined the second brokerage, he came with this great record of producing enormous commissions every year, even though nobody could figure out how he was doing it. So he asked for and received a special title. And with the second brokerage, he was named Managing Director, Futures Division. Now, as soon as he proposed certain opportunities, investment opportunities to his clients, opportunities that most people would never buy. It was always backed up by his position as a managing director of the company. People who are involved in these kinds of fraud activities have a very limited horizon. The horizon ends maybe 2 days from now. They're not worrying about how they're going to pay the money back next month, next year, anytime at all. He spent it as fast, or maybe even faster than he made it.
It wasn't long before I guess they had enough complaints from other clients who were getting nervous. And what he was doing was just shifting the money around from one client to another.
That over his period of about 3 or 4 years, he stole something beyond $20 million. And when he was finally caught, there was nothing left.
The worst horror story to me was that his wife's sister had given birth to twins, and they died just shortly after birth. And Michael was going to pay for this sumptuous funeral, and they were buried in Mount Pleasant Cemetery. And then he didn't pay for the burial. So they had to dig up the babies and move them to another cemetery.
It didn't seem to bother him that what he was doing with people's livelihoods and life savings resulting in ruining families, breaking families down, and people considering taking their own lives. There is actually no remorse. Certainly there was none at the trial or at the time of conviction as well. He felt he was victimized even as he's being led out of court.
Interestingly enough, for the first half of his preliminary trial, he was represented by a very high-profile criminal lawyer. The second half, he represented himself because the lawyer simply wouldn't believe him anymore. Now, if your own lawyer doesn't believe you, I mean, what does that tell you? At his preliminary trial, the second half, and at his full criminal trial, which lasted 3 months, Michael Holliday represented Michael Holliday, and the judge bent over backwards to persuade him to ask the questions, to defend himself in an effective manner, because she did not want an appeal to be won. Even at that, he was declared guilty on all the charges. He was sentenced to a total of just under 9 years in prison.
Investment fraud, like any type of fraud, needs a susceptible victim to work. Now, this is a more affluent society than it's ever been in the history of mankind. And with that affluence, we all grow more sophisticated. We all want a good deal on the stock market. If one is offered to you, it's incumbent upon you to do your due diligence and make sure that you're not the next victim of investment fraud. For more information on this type of fraud, you can go to our website at fraudsquadtv.com. Craig Hannaford from Hannaford Partners, Inc. I know you're working on this because I'm hearing about it all of the time. It seems a shame to have to ask, but how do I know my broker is legitimate?
One of the things you should do is check with the provincial or state regulator that looks after brokers and investment advisors. They'll be able to tell you if an investment advisor is licensed, if an investment advisor has had any complaints registered against them, and this is a good start.
The customer is really motivated by making big money.
Well, you know, there is that element of greed in all investments, but if you approach your investments in a rational manner, you realize that you're going to make a reasonable rate of return. And if you're happy with that, you can do very well over the long term. If you're going for an investment that has a high rate of return, a higher percentage rate, there's a much greater risk. And you have to be comfortable with the risk that you're taking. The most important thing is to discuss with your investment advisor the investment that you're making, understand the risks, and do the due diligence with the investment to ensure it's something that you feel comfortable investing in.
So no matter with whom you invest or how you invest, make sure you check the broker out first. Now here's Craig with some tips.
Always research a potential investment. Get details of the investment in writing. Be suspicious of anyone who promises an investment that has no risk or big profits fast. Don't be pressured into making an investment decision quickly. Check out the investment company and the salespersons with the regulating government agency.
So, as in most forms of fraud, the due diligence is down to you to make sure you're being played fair and straight.
Have you or anyone you've known been the victim of a fraud or a scam? Well, unfortunately, many of us have, and we need to take better care in protecting ourselves. Debit and credit cards are used more frequently than cash, and they've become a favorite target for fraudsters. Not only will they steal cards from your mail or make fake ones from stolen information, incredibly, they will even sell your information to other fraudsters. In this segment, Fraud Squad TV takes it to the street to hear some of your stories.
What happened to me is that I left my wallet in my car accidentally. Someone broke the window, got in there, and I thought all I lost was my cash, but I found out maybe almost a year later that someone had taken my ID and they used it to make up a bank account, and they started cashing bad checks using my name. And so I got all these bills from hotels and even a department store saying I owed them a few $100s for these items. But eventually I was able to clear it up. It was just kind of a pain, but it could happen to you.
I was going to the bank to get some money, minding my own business, and somebody approached me in the parking lot to give me some coupons for an all-you-can-eat restaurant. Got the coupons, paid the $20. It's supposed to be a major discount. And then we get to the restaurant, and the restaurant doesn't even honor the coupon. They looked at us like we were crazy.
A month I did not get my Visa bill in the mail, and I called them up and asked them to send me a copy, which they did. And then the following month, I checked my accounts, and there was $4,000 missing on my account, that had been spent on my account on that card. And so what had happened was that they had obviously intercepted my bill in the mail, and then when the bank sent out checks to my account so I could write checks against my Visa card, they intercepted those as well and they had my name then, and they had my account number, and they had everything they needed. So if you don't get your bill in the mail, hit the panic button.
Your personal information is as valuable as the money in your bank account. Don't give up either easily. Protect your PIN and never allow your card to be swiped twice. And always review your monthly bank statements. I'm Naomi Joy for Fraud Squad TV.
She called me the day before I was supposed to leave and said, go to the airport.
Okay, they prey on people like John and I.
They say the best things in life are free, but you can give them to the birds and bees. I need money. That's what I want. That's what I want. Yeah. That's what I want.
Hi there, I'm Tom Netchu. Welcome to another edition of Fraud Squad TV. You know, fraud isn't something that just impacts a few so-called gullible people. It's not a nickel and dime kind of crime. It's a multi-billion-dollar criminal industry, and it's growing every day. The individuals that concoct these schemes to take your money won't stop at any given limit, and they have no conscience whatsoever about taking a vulnerable victim's life savings. Our investigations are clear about that time and time again. So let's start to protect our families, our friends, and ourselves. Stay tuned for this episode's stories and valuable tips. What is farming? A warehouse full of new computers? A farmer growing counterfeit corn? A duplicate or hacked website? Or a warehouse full of new phones? The illegal process of garnering personal information from you under false circumstances on the internet is called farming. Always make sure you're on a secure site. Look for the padlock and the S at the end of HTTP. You know, we all look forward to getting away from it all, don't we? Traveling's our way to take a break from the everyday tensions of the world, refresh ourselves, and especially to de-stress. But when our travel plans get messed up by someone looking to take advantage of us, it's nothing but stressful. Now, that's exactly what happened in this next story. Our victim had some vacation time owed to her. She was simply looking to take a family trip to her place of birth. And then she was presented with an exceptionally good price, so she decided, I'll book a tropical getaway as well. But instead of visiting family and friends and basking in the sun, her travel plans were blacked out. And she was left with nothing but the baggage.
About 2 years ago, we had decided to go to Italy as a family, and hearing about this Rita in Sunset Sunrise Travel, that she had great discounted tickets, my dad says, here's a blank check, go to the travel agency and get us tickets.
Tiziana and her sister paid for the trip with a check given to them by their father. They didn't get any tickets that day, and that was fine with them. They understood they'd be receiving their tickets closer to the date of departure.
The first time we met Rita, she was really fun to talk to. My coworkers and I took all their money. I go there and I say, oh, I know a travel agent because I've already dealt with her. She was great. Comes back with a price. I go back. I tell my coworkers and my friends, and they said, yeah, book it. She goes, okay, a couple weeks before the flight, before the trip, you'll get your tickets.
Well, sure enough, a couple of weeks before the trip, Tiziana did receive something in the mail. But what she received had her feeling very concerned about the status of their vacation.
I never received documents this way before. And you're like, everything in your body goes, oh my God, something went wrong. She called me the day before I was supposed to leave and said, go to the airport. You've got your tickets. I was crying at this point because at this point I was just drained from so much emotion of trying to get these tickets for my friends.
Clinging to hope, Tiziana did go to the airport, along with half of her friends that were supposed to travel that day. But there weren't any tickets for them there, not one single ticket.
When we got to the airport, we knew, but we just had that speck of hope. And at that point is where you got to the counter and you said, maybe? And it was like, no.
It all came to a head in the spring, late spring, early summer of 2005, when everyone was supposed to be receiving their tickets to travel. This wasn't some scheme cooked up on the internet. She really took advantage of people in her own community and people who were friends of her family.
It's awful. For my money, for me, myself, for my own money, I don't even care about anymore. It was my friends, my coworkers, they trusted me, and I lost their money. That's what hurt. It really hurts that I did that to them,
Well, in the end, Rita Giarrusso Connolly pled guilty to second-degree theft and was sentenced to 4 years in New Jersey State Prison. Tiziana and the 132 others have not received any money back for the vacations that they paid for, and Nicholas says that the chances they'll ever get any money back is slim. We're with Craig Hannaford, our resident expert on all types of fraud. Craig, Rita took a big risk here. She was doing business in her own neighborhood. I mean, surely it couldn't last long. Is that the way the scam usually works?
Well, it happens sometime where people in your own neighborhood will try and take advantage of friends and relatives. But typically, these types of travel scams, they happen over the internet or by telemarketers. So those are the types of pitches that you've really got to be careful.
Well, that makes more sense. I'm often an airhead when it comes to planning a vacation. You're so busy in your life, you just want to get away. It's easy to skip over details. Is that why this type of fraud is so prevalent?
Often that happens. People are busy. They don't have time to make their own travel arrangements. That's why it's important to check out your travel agent with the regulating body to make sure that it's properly licensed.
He's got you thinking, doesn't he? He's got some more tips now for you to make sure you don't fall for this sort of thing yourself.
Resist high-pressured sales pitches. There's no need to make a snap decision on where to spend your vacation dollars. Never be rushed into sending money. Be very careful when buying a trip online. Make sure you buy from a trusted online travel agency. Call the airline and hotel yourself to confirm your reservations. When you buy your trip in advance, make sure you get your itinerary and tickets well beforehand. Always ask detailed questions about promotions. Make sure you get all the facts, total cost, insurance, cancellation, and any refund policies in writing before you pay. Buy travel services only from a business you know. Check the business out with your state consumer agency or the Better Business Bureau. And if you're in doubt, don't purchase your trip right away. Think about it.
We'll be right back with more Fraud Squad TV right after this. How much money is lost each year to travel scams? 1 million? 10 million? 1 billion? Or $10 billion? Together, we give up $10 billion to fraud in travel scams. Be suspicious of low prices, watch for hidden fees, or fine print exceptions. Make sure that you've got all the facts before handing over your money. Do you have bad credit? Do you need some extra cash to get you through your week? No problem. At least that's what they promise you. You know, we see these ads all the time. There are newspapers, print ads on the internet, and you might even receive a phone call about some kind of loan. They're all going to promise you the same thing: money. Lots of it. Money that you need to pay things off, money that you need to buy things that you want, and right now. Advance fee loan scams are often targeted at people with bad credit or even those with no credit at all. The scam may start out appearing legitimate. There's documents to sign, there's applications to fill out, but in the end, that hole you're in could get much deeper than you were in before. Now look, we all want to be free and clear of our debt, but when we're not careful, this is what can happen. Take a look.
Now it's snowballed so bad, we're in debt with everybody. And disconnect notices every month. We've taken out some payday loans just to be able to, have money to live off of. We're just basically living day to day.
The advanced fee scheme is one of the most common frauds that the general public has to deal with. It involves me giving somebody money for an act that they're going to perform later. Usually it's to obtain credit, the claim that we can obtain anybody credit regardless of your background.
When I met John, and I just got a good feeling from him, and he treats me so well.
February 9th, we bought the house. February 14th, we got married.
So we had this really pretty wedding. We didn't have a reception or anything like that. My mom bought my dress and everything. We were broke, but life was good. Everything was finally coming together.
I wanted to take my wife to Ireland, because she's Irish, for a honeymoon, and we put every dime in the house.
Our honeymoon trip was going to be a 13-day trip to Ireland, and that's been my dream trip forever.
And I had a few back bills I had to, pay, and plus deposits and all that stuff. So I put in for a loan to a certain loan company.
And that's when everything kind of hit the fan. And we'd only been married maybe a month when all this started.
I had put in, for a loan, a couple different loans, which I've done before, never had a problem online. And I knew City Financial was a very big institution, so I put in a loan for them. And I got denied based on my lack of credit history. I didn't have a car. I don't do credit cards.
The next day, there was a call on the answering machine.
City Line Financial approved me for $6,000.
So when the call came through, the caller identified himself as a representative of City Line Financial. John and Doreen had applied for their loan to City Financial. So you can see they were confident the loan was not a scam. They had just applied for a loan and had a company with a very similar name in the exact same amount calling them back with a yes.
I was just like taken aback that they said no, they said yes.
I called the gentleman, and he played everything like it was professional.
Well, I told John, I said, I want to see some paperwork first. They were going to fax the information, the contract and everything, to the UPS store.
I went over, picked it up, read through it, looked at it, it looked all legitimate and everything.
It's important that they stop, they look at the documentation, and review it very carefully, and perhaps even have an attorney sign it.
I went on the website. They had a website, the perfect professional-looking website, and people in suits and everything. I called the phone number. They have a calling feature. Please hold. Please state the extension number of the party that you want.
And then he said he needed $1,000 down.
I was like, John, it kind of does make sense, though. You're right. Collateral. They want collateral. I can't blame them.
John and Doreen were elated. The $6,000 they'd applied for was finally coming in, or so they thought.
We were supposed to wait 24 hours, and the money was supposed to show up in our account.
And then there's another gentleman. He was a customer service manager. He had called me the next day and said that the lender reassessed the loan and they needed another $1,000. And by this time, because I was relying on this loan, I hadn't paid the mortgage, I hadn't paid the car payment, I hadn't paid anything. I was relying on the loan.
We were very nervous at this point, but still not scared.
So I went over to the bank to the ATM to actually get the other $1,000 out. Otherwise, I would have been in the red before that.
If anybody tells you that the deal is only good right now, or you have to sign the deal right now, you have to enter into the agreement right now, turn and walk away. Do not let somebody push you into a situation such as that.
48 hours later, nothing.
They weren't even returning our phone calls.
So finally, 3 days later, this gentleman calls me back and says, oh, the lender backed out. That's when I started thinking, okay, so we have another lender, fine. Then he said, but for $12,000, we need another $2,000. That's when I realized he thought I was a sucker. I said, I want my money back. And he said, oh, well, we can't give it to you until such and such a date. And that day came and gone, and they were gone. Phone number was disconnected, their website was off the internet, everything. They cut and run.
This is where the tears started just flowing. We have no money, absolutely not even a penny.
My wife had put something on Yahoo Answers about this company.
I wanted to learn, I wanted to find out, and I wanted to find out where we could go for help. The first thing I did was get online, and I had asked, has anyone heard of City Line Financial?
13 people had called us, like we were headquarters all of a sudden, same thing. They got denied by City Financial, and that night, City Line Financial would call and approve them, and they'd get scammed too.
And as a result, it's very difficult to prosecute it. It's impossible to get the money back. The money is already spent.
I don't consider myself a stupid person. I don't consider John a stupid person.
This one gentleman had taken out, I think it was a $10,000 loan to get a $40,000 loan through these people. So he was in double jeopardy.
They prey on people like John and I that either really need the money.
I was so anxious to be able to pay off the debts and go on a honeymoon and surprise my wife. I just, it was just like, all right, it's gonna happen, I mean, it just, and that's the thing, I think that's where they get you, the too good to be true thing. And you don't stop about it. Oh, great, we got it. You don't use your common sense.
The fraud perpetrator uses the fact that you don't have time to think about it as their ally, their friend. One of the best ways to prevent someone from taking advantage from you, not only on an advanced fee scheme, but any other scheme that they might try to perpetrate against you, is don't let that person talk you out of the normal scheme of approval that you go through.
It was because of me. I was supposed to be something good in his life. And now these people took that.
The biggest thing for me is I think about when I married you, I made a promise that I would take care of you, and I haven't fulfilled that, and that tears me up as a man and as a gentleman.
Well, it's sad. And that's exactly how it can feel when somebody rips you off. Then it's not getting any better. Advanced fee loans generate millions of dollars annually in both Canada and the United States. We're with Craig Hannaford, our resident expert on fraud. Craig, 25 years in the business, this must have happened a million times. How do we prevent this sort of thing from happening?
Well, the big thing for people to remember on these advance fee loan scams is if somebody or a company is getting you to send money in advance for a loan, that's a big warning sign, and stay away from that.
Now, you know, it seems fairly simple to stay away from that, so what sort of people fall victim to this type of fraud?
Well, sadly, it's some of the most desperate people who are really in a hard way and need some money, but there's a whole other class of victims here, and that are the financial institutions, well-known financial institutions who are getting their good name taken advantage of.
Whether they had anything to do with it or not.
Right, that's right.
Stand by. Craig's got some more tips that you can use to prevent this type of fraud.
Don't make a payment to an individual for a loan. No legitimate lending organization would make such a request. Legitimate lenders never guarantee that you will receive a loan before you apply, or before they have had a chance to check out your credit status or contact your references, especially if you have bad credit or no credit record. Don't pay for the promise of a loan. You should ignore any ad or person that guarantees a loan in exchange for a fee in advance. Do not give your credit card, bank account, or social security number on the telephone, by fax, or via the internet, unless you know and trust the company and understand why they need that information. Don't wire money or send money orders for a loan. You know, you have little recourse if it turns out that you've paid for a fraudulent loan.
We'll be right back with more Fraud Squad TV right after this. What amount should you expect to pay in advance of receiving a loan or an investment payout? A tax prepayment, 15% of the loan or payout, a $100 processing fee, or none of the above? Almost 5 million North Americans fall for some sort of advance fee fraud every year. Never give money to make money, and if you've been a victim of such a fraud, make sure you call the police.
Have you or anyone you've known been the victim of a fraud or scam? Well, unfortunately, many of us have, and the devious methods used are eye-opening. Every year, billions of ATM transactions occur. Now that means billions of opportunities for fraudsters to get to your money. Scam artists use secret scanning devices, peepholes, and even hidden cameras to collect your bank card number and your PIN. In this segment, Fraud Squad TV takes it to the street to hear some of your stories.
Hey, so I know a guy, he went to a bar, great night out, used his credit card. Clearly, after somebody in the bar had taken the card from him to go and process it, they lifted the numbers off the card, got his card back, went home. Next day, he found that he had a $2,000 charge against his card from some specialty online retailer. And that was the first of his problems that he had. He had to go and get the card cancelled, but by that stage, a number of other transactions had gone through. As I understand it from that guy, he got all the money back. He wasn't, penalized for that. But I guess the moral of the story is when you're drunk, keep your credit card close to you and use cash.
A while ago, I was a victim of fraud. I got a phone call from some company. I forget who it was, but anyway, they said that I filled out a ballot and I had won a trip. And basically what they said was like you could take 4 of your friends, you go on 8 days to Florida, and we'll throw you in a cruise to go to the Bahamas and all this stuff. And I was like, oh yeah. And then next thing I knew, I gave them my credit card number and $800 was charged right away to me. And then I told my parents about it. They were like, oh my God, what have you done? And my dad goes and checks it out on the internet for me, and he said that a lot of people have been scammed the same way. My only advice is if it's legitimate, they'll give you time to think about it. You don't have to make your decision on the spot, and don't be fooled. Don't make your decision the way I did, and you'll be okay.
A friend of mine did have her debit information taken away from her, so she went to a store. I guess she was just doing some shopping, and before she knew it, somebody got into her debit account and had taken her money out of her account. It took a few months, I think, for her to finally resolve the issue with her bank. I think maybe about 3 or 4 months, but she eventually did get all of her money back. But it was definitely a process.
Always hide your PIN. If anything on the ATM seems unusual, don't use it, and report it to the financial institution. If someone seems to be loitering near the bank machine, then go to another machine. Always protect your PIN. If your debit card is lost or stolen, notify your bank immediately. I'm Naomi Joy for Fraud Squad TV.
Even if he gets out of prison, there should still be repercussions.
There's not much else you can do. They can do whatever they want when they get that PIN number.
They say the best things in life are free, but you can give them to the birds and bees. I need money. That's what I want. That's what I want. Yeah. That's what I want.
Hi there, I'm Tom Natchu. Welcome to another edition of Fraud Squad TV. Now, if you've been watching our show, you'll see that criminals who focus all of their efforts on fraudulently taking your money are beginning to reinvent schemes on old themes. The Nigerian 419 scam, for instance, has become a letter informing you of a death in the family. Maybe that's overseas and somebody's left you a fortune. Doesn't sound believable at all, does it? So why do people continuously believe these scams? Well, many of us are vulnerable by way of desperation. There may be a need for instant cash, and we talk ourselves into believing that maybe just this once, it's true. Stay tuned for this episode's stories and valuable tips. What is a phishing attack? A con person who can't spell? An email asking for personal info? A scam perpetrated by phone? A codename for a police raid? You receive an official-looking email directing you to an official-looking website to update contact information. If you do it, that's a phishing attack. Don't provide personal information over the web. Home is where most of us feel our safest. After we lock our doors and turn on our security systems, we rarely feel nervous about criminals coming into our homes to invade us or victimize us. But as we'll see in this story, bad guys who engage in home improvement fraud make a point of hitting you where you live, quite literally. Minneapolis, Minnesota, a quaint Nordic city whose people enjoy the simple pleasures life has to offer. One of the biggest statues in the downtown core is not of a president nor a war hero, but of Mary Tyler Moore, whose fictional TV character, Mary Richards, claimed Minneapolis as her home. There's an innocence about this city and its people. They trust you almost instantly, and the fraudster in this story used that to his full advantage. A home improvement con man took advantage of that trust in the worst way possible.
This case jumped out as a criminal case, where you had a contractor who took $800,000 from an elderly couple to remodel a 600-square-foot home.
How the crooked contractor padded the numbers is indeed as bad as you can get for an elderly couple living in a small home in Minneapolis. Here's their close friend and neighbor, William Lurkey, to tell us their story.
Well, the siding was wooden, gutters were falling off, and the eaves were hanging down. It was getting to look bad.
Clearly, the home of William's close friend Jerry was in a state of disrepair, and it needed some serious attention. But Jerry was a retired TV repairman, and his wife just didn't work, so being able to afford the costly repairs seemed unlikely. But when the renovation started, William realized they'd come into some money.
When she got it, she wanted to remodel the house, but it just didn't seem like that little house was worth putting that much money into.
Rick Gurwitz and his company Home Update were marketers, and he was a salesman. Primarily, they did aluminum siding. In some ways, he was not unlike the Tin Men, the aluminum siding salespeople. So he would go out, find business, and then he would subcontract out.
The crew that was working there, they were fly-by-night. They did so many things the hard way, and they'd stand out on the sidewalk smoking cigarettes and looking at the house like they didn't know what to do next. She was a smart person, like I said, book smart. There was a couple of things that she had said earlier through the year that made me realize she's starting to get old. Then every so often this nice car would come up, this guy was in it. He'd talk to her for a while, and it was like that's when he was hitting her up. They had to have more money to do something.
when we went through the records, there was work that was done, but that work amounted to $75,000 to $150,000 worth of work. The house is in more shambles today than it was when it started.
He talked the talk like he had done it all his life and knew what he was doing. But when you looked inside afterwards, I couldn't understand how they could even live in there.
With Jerry suffering from Alzheimer's and his cancer-stricken wife trying her best to take care of him, well, William believed that his friends were being scammed. It was time to step in. So he sent his daughter over to check on Jerry's failing health.
We asked our daughter about it. She said to go check it out, give him the benefit of the doubt, but he wasn't in no mood to talk about it. So that's when my daughter called the cops.
Once the police learned how much was paid for the job, they immediately arrested the contractor.
We examined the bank accounts of Home Update Company. There was a river cruise in Europe. There were payments for Mr. Gurowitz's condo. There were payments for cars. It was a personal checkbook.
At the trial, he was given twice the usual sentence.
This is by far the worst contractor swindle that I've ever seen.
He should suffer for a long time. Even if he gets out of prison, there should still be repercussions hanging on him all his life.
The judge sentenced Mr. Gurowitz to 114 months in prison, and then after that to a term of 20 years probation consecutive to the prison term.
I'm sure there's a lot of contractors that are going to pad the numbers a little bit for their own benefit. But I mean, he just outright swindled them.
The homeowner had Alzheimer's disease. His wife had cancer. The experience put him in an institution, and his wife passed away shortly after paying the bill.
In a case like this, where there's been such devastation to victims like the Caverleys, it really hits you. It does.
One more time with Craig Hannaford here talking about this kind of fraud. Now, this one really gets under my skin. I imagine it gets under a law enforcement officer's skin. What kind of a scumbag would do this to such an elderly couple?
Well, obviously, it's somebody who has absolutely no conscience. All they want is your money, and they will lie and cheat to get it.
Well, that's the lowest form of life. Now, is there any recourse that this couple or their family might have?
Well, the problem with these home improvement frauds is the money usually goes out the door first, and it's very hard to recoup it. So it's important to do your research, do your due diligence before you hire a contractor. You don't want to get scammed like this one.
That's a good point. Now listen up, Craig's got some more tips so that you can prevent this from happening to you.
Here's a few tips to find out if a building contractor is legitimate or not. Check to see how long the contractor has been in business. Check with the local licensing authority to make sure the contractor is properly licensed. Always ask for references from previous customers, and call and visit the references' homes to inspect the work done and see if it was done in a good manner. Determine if the contractor does the work himself or if they subcontract the work out to others.
Stand by for more Fraud Squad TV after these messages.
How much money will North Americans spend on home improvement this year? $2 million, $55 million, $1 billion, or $100 billion? Together, we'll spend $100 billion improving our homes this year. Always be very choosy when selecting contractors. Always get 3 quotes, and remember, the elderly are especially vulnerable.
For many people, their debit card is considered a much safer way to access money than to carry around a lot of cash. But there's been a growing trend happening where people accessing an ATM with their debit card are discovering that their accounts have been robbed. Now, how is this possible? It's called a scam known as debit skimming. This occurs when a customer uses their debit card in good faith, only to have their PIN code and their card number read by a fraudster, often remotely or by video surveillance. They use this information to obtain a new card and then drain your account. In this story, we'll learn what happened to one couple and another woman whose innocent trips to the store turned into a nightmare.
I just felt sick. I thought something is wrong.
You know, what are you going to do? You got no money in your account.
I was shocked and I felt really violated.
Debit card skimming is the process by which a fraudster will capture 2 pieces of debit card information: the magnetic stripe information on the back of the card and also a cardholder's PIN or personal identification number.
What happened was on February 27th, I was out shopping for some groceries and I went to pay with my debit card. It came up that there was insufficient funds in my account. And I knew that not to be true because I just made deposits 2 days before and I had my mortgage coming out 2 days afterwards. So I was a bit nervous about that. But after trying 3 times and everyone's kind of looking at me like, oh, she doesn't have any money to pay, I was embarrassed. Went home immediately and checked my bank accounts online. And it showed that there was nothing left in my account.
Ken and Kathy St. Thomas were in for a big surprise following Kathy's girls' weekend away in Niagara Falls.
My wife was going away on a girls' weekend, and I'm home with the dog and the cat, the guy's weekend. We had to go to the veterinarian on the Monday to get some medication for the dog.
And when I was in there, I tried to use my bank card. And she said there's insufficient funds when I tried my bank card. So I tried a different account, same thing, tried this a couple of times. And I thought, I didn't know what was happening.
Fraudsters are sophisticated in their attacks, anywhere from shoulder surfing, so looking over your shoulder while you enter your PIN and memorizing your PIN, using a handheld skimmer, or being more sophisticated and using things like pinhole cameras.
The skimming does not always take place at the banks. The suspects actually utilize businesses as far as to put these skimming devices in, whether they approach somebody that works in the store or whether the suspect actually works in the business for a short period of time.
Debit card skimming works basically what the bad guys are doing is they're piggybacking the terminal that's used to process debit card transactions and recording your debit card data when you're lawfully making a purchase.
She came out with a stunned look on her face, and she said, "There's no money in the account." And I said, "Well, then you had a damn good weekend when you were away then, because I just put $800 in there."
I said, well, I didn't use the bank card at all. I just paid cash for everything. And there's no money in the account.
I had heard it on the radio that there was some kind of a scam going on, and a light bulb just went off to say, "Go check your account," which I did. And that's when I found out there was no money in our account.
So I contacted the 1-800 number for customer service, and I was not the only one to have my accounts breached at that location. I believe there were more than 20 people that had come in the previous day.
They said there's been several in the area, about 5 or 6 calls that one day, that same day, and they investigated, and sure enough, we'd been hit.
And someone had skimmed my account 2 times. Within a half an hour.
So that's when we notified the police, and they would hand it on to their fraud squad and investigate what was happening.
We work with our partners in law enforcement, merchants, and cardholders to fight off debit card fraud. And we're forcing the fraudsters to change their behavior, and we're catching them in the act.
Through video, we're able to identify 2 people that were involved in the theft, and they are local people.
Durham Regional Police Detective Jeff Kaplan takes us through some surveillance footage of a couple of fraudsters setting up their very sophisticated bank machine skimming equipment.
This is now a video of the ATM itself. This is the young offender right there. It's a standalone machine, and they're waiting for an opportunity to come in, attach their equipment without any customers being at the ATM. Because it's such a busy bank machine, they're able to get a lot of customers' debit card numbers and PIN numbers and access a lot of different accounts.
The total amount they took out of my account was, I think it was $1,200. To me, that would have been chicken change to some of these other people that might have had $5,000 or $10,000 in there.
I was one of the lucky ones. Some of the other people actually had their Visa accounts tapped through their debit cards.
The kiosk is now empty. So here comes the suspect in the red hat. He's now coming around the corner and going into the ATM area. And what he's doing now is attaching a piece of equipment to that ATM. That's the card reader. And it fits right over top of the legitimate card reader. There's a little hole in the device which allows the green flashing light to shine through from the legitimate card reader on the ATM. It's battery powered and records all the debit card numbers being used. Well, they have 2 pieces of equipment. One is for the card reader and one is for the pinhole camera. Here comes the second suspect. You can see he's carrying something under his shoulder. Second suspect pulls out a long light bar. The pinhole camera is concealed inside this attachment. That is the recording device. It's simply a memory card that records video. It's adapted to allow the natural light coming from there to shine through so it appears to be illuminated, which is pointing directly over top of the pin pad. It's capturing everybody's pin numbers as they're entering it. And what the suspects will do is they will marry up their debit card number and their PIN number and full access to their bank accounts. Depending on the number of ATMs and the number of customers they have, they can get hundreds of different people's bank information each hour.
In one case, at a small gas station here, a fellow came in using fraudulent identification and advised the owner that he wished to purchase the gas station. He actually put money down that he gave the owner. So the owner was quite happy to let him work there and learn the business.
I found out that where I'd bought gas and I swiped my card in the gas station, I went inside to pay for it because I didn't have any money on me, so I just used my debit card.
He basically skimmed identification numbers from people, whether credit cards, debit cards, and so on and so forth.
They had a camera, they're watching me punch in my number, and I dealt with that gas station for years.
A group made up of 5 males withdrew money from ATM machines and convenience stores, totaling thousands of dollars, and it basically affected over 100 customers.
They've now left the ATM, they get back in their car, they sit in their car and they keep a close eye on their equipment. The uniformed officers attended to assist and they were arrested. Both suspects have since pled guilty and received their sentence.
I just felt like I was robbed. There's not much else you can do. They can do whatever they want when they get that PIN number.
It made me feel sick that they had got my bank account and my PIN number and withdrew the money out of my account.
When I went into the local branch, the tellers and the bank manager were very courteous and they replaced my money right away before I left the bank. And they have insurance policy in place to cover that type of incidents.
Christine did have her stolen funds replaced by the bank, but she still took the time to report it to the proper agencies to help them track the crimes and hopefully to protect the next victim from this crime.
The debit card network in Canada, the Interact network, is among the most safe and secure networks in the world. Last year, we had over 4 billion transactions, and debit card fraud affected less than a fraction of 1% of those transactions.
Always protect your PIN. Hiding your PIN is your best defense against losing money to these unscrupulous criminals. Now, whether you're at a lineup at a bank machine, paying for a purchase at a retailer, or buying gas at the pump, always protect your PIN. Now, the debit card industry is upgrading to a more secure technology as we speak.
When I started doing some research on the actual magnetic strip on the back of the card, and in Europe now they're using a chip, which is the same type of information that's encoded.
The debit card industry is moving towards chip technology, which is going to take computer chips and put them on the debit cards. You have a computer chip on there that has encrypted information on it. That makes it much more difficult, if not impossible, for a fraudster to copy that card. So we're moving towards chip technology and looking to take an already safe system and make it safer.
One more time with Craig Hannaford, our fraud expert. You know, I thought I was being so clever. I never carry any cash anymore. Too big a risk. Now I feel paranoid about my PIN. How do I make sure I'm not vulnerable?
Well, you know, your debit card really is a safe way to pay for merchandise. You just have to take a few simple steps. And the biggest one is to keep your PIN secret. No matter where you're using your PIN, just cover up your PIN with your hand.
You can absolutely count on that. Is there, I know there's a recourse on this. I know that quite often the bank will give it back, but it's such a drag. Is there anything I can do besides just protecting my PIN?
If you lose money out of your account through no fault of your own, the banks are going to reimburse you, but it may take time. So the best thing is to guard your PIN, guard it very, very carefully.
You know, there's a lot more tips that Craig has to make sure that your PIN is as safe as mine's going to be from now on.
Check your monthly statements and accounts online often. If you see anything unusual, report it to your bank immediately. Don't choose a PIN that is obvious, like your birth date, anniversary, address, or part of your telephone number. Only conduct transactions when and where you feel secure. If you're uncomfortable using a machine for any reason, do it later or go to another location.
Hang on just a couple of minutes. We'll be back with more Fraud Squad TV.
How many people do not shield their PIN when using an ATM or debit card terminal? 6%, 28, 60, or 92%? Astonishingly, 60% of us don't hide our PIN when we're at the bank machine. Remember, you need to do exactly the same thing when you're paying with your debit card. Always hide your PIN.
Hi, I'm Naomi Joy. Have you or anyone you've known been the victim of a fraud or a scam? Well, unfortunately, most of us have, and the statistics are growing at alarming rates. Now, the internet makes banking and shopping easy, but it also makes it easy for fraudsters to strike. It's hard to believe, but half of the people who have received suspicious emails requesting personal information don't delete the emails. In fact, every year, millions of people respond and send their personal and financial details to all sorts of unverified sources. In this segment, Fraud Squad TV takes it to the street to hear some of your stories.
Sometimes you just get emails where they say oh, could you confirm your personal information, because don't call the bank but just confirm it and send it, right? I just ignore it. I don't know, I just delete it. I should probably call my bank, but I don't.
I was applying for a loan, and someone else's name was in Equifax, the records of Equifax, and there was a $46,000 loan that we didn't know about, so we had to run around to lawyers and things like that. We've had to do it twice because Equifax won't remove the information. So every time we apply for a loan, we get hassled for this bogus loan that is not ours.
Someone sent me an email. It was a fake email, and they sent me to a link to a fake eBay page where you log in, and by logging into this fake eBay page, you give them your password and your username, and then through that they are able to get into your account, and then they ask you to send them money. Luckily, I was able to figure it out in time, but don't ever log in through make sure you log in through the real eBay page by going to ebay.ca or whatever, instead of logging into a link that you get through email.
Always remember, internet fraudsters are often very good imitators of financial institutions. Don't ever give your personal or financial information on an unsecured website or email. Your bank will never request this information in this manner. I'm Naomi Joy for Fraud Squad TV. See you next week.
I should have known something was wrong on day one when they came and they only had first month's rent.
Because I knew that I'd been defrauded and I knew that I needed money.
They say the best things in life are free, but you can give them to the birds and bees. I need money. That's what I want. That's what I want. Yeah. That's what I want.
Hi there, I'm Tom Natchu. Welcome to another edition of Fraud Squad TV. Now, criminals that commit fraud target many of us in different ways. It might seem obvious to you or I as a scam, but someone who hasn't heard of it before might not think so. That's why it's so important for us to share information about particular scams to avoid others from being victimized. Many of us are simply too embarrassed to share our story, and we understand that. However, you'd be surprised that virtually everyone is vulnerable from all walks of life. Old, young, rich, poor, we're all potential victims. In fact, almost every person that we've interviewed has been scammed in one way or another. Stay tuned for this episode's stories and valuable tips.
How can you tell if an online store is safe and secure for shopping? The graphics are really good. The store's name starts with an E. The URL has an S after the HTTP. The store carries major brands. Secure sites always have an S after the HTTP, and they usually have a padlock in one corner. Check it out every time. Protect yourself from fraud.
Well, you may not have made that purchase or applied for that line of credit or opened up that new account, but someone did. And once the credit is there, it's in your name. People are going to hold you accountable for paying it back. Many people don't realize how easily criminals can obtain your personal data and just what they can do with just a few little numbers. Sometimes it's done by total strangers, and sometimes it's done by people you know.
Without any actual authorization, without any confirmation from what I had been led to believe at that point, I just couldn't understand how this could be happening.
Rob bought a home to rent out as an investment. He was working full-time at his mom's restaurant at the time, and he'd met a couple that he thought seemed very nice, very personable.
They would come into the restaurant on weekends with their kids, and you know, first name basis with them, as I was with other customers. They were kind of, you know, for parents of teenagers, they were sort of hip and cool, and we got along really, really well. And you know, over obviously years, you just get to talking about a lot of different things. And as we were talking, they were sort of telling me about how what happened was their current landlord was going to be selling property. As I was thinking about buying a property, and had inspired me to say, well, I'm looking at some property. If you're interested in looking for a place to live, you know, that'd be great. I actually took them with me one day with my real estate agent to look. That's how sort of informal the friendship was. And as I say, you know, she was the manager of a business in town, and I frequented that business because she was the manager. You know, I talked to her kids. I helped their daughter get a job at the Tim Hortons because I knew the owner there, and that's actually how friendly we were. And you know, it just didn't seem to really be an issue to have them be my tenants. I guess I should have known something was wrong on day one when they came and they only had first month's rent. They didn't have first and lasts. So they moved in over the weekend. It was, I believe, November of '03. And things were okay.
The couple asked Rob a few times if they could pay him just a little later. But after he awarded them a few months' grace, then the couple decided to dismiss payments altogether.
So I finally took the process of eviction and served them their N4 slips. The tribunal saw that they were just over $3,000 in back rent by that point, but that was going to be it. I served my court papers and to the courts to sort of freeze the bank accounts and or go garnish their wages, which is what I ended up doing in order to retrieve the lost rent. My mom phones me and says, oh, you know, your new tenants have just brought in some mail in your name. Opened up the mail, and here was a bill for about $841, I believe, in my name from Enbridge Gas.
Several years ago, we took the FCC statistics and said that someone's identity was defrauded in North America every 2 minutes. Within a year, it was every minute. Within a year from that, it was every 30 seconds. We can't even track it anymore.
They were also able to call the cable company and claim that they were me over the phone and order cable and internet service. And to give proof of identification, they had given a fake driver's license number.
Rob attempted to call the couple, but they didn't return any of his calls. Now, Rob, who'd purchased this home as an investment, was now instead facing a number of debts. He'd lost 8 months of rent, and now he had a number of bills in his name, too, not to mention 12 hits against his credit rating.
Apparently, any of the contact information that had been given to the cable company and to the phone company, when they had said there had been phone calls made, and this is what I was told as I was trying to sort all of this out.
We found that the number one way that identity theft is perpetrated is that it's perpetrated by friends and relatives.
While they had given my name, they had given their own phone number as the contact number. And they told me they had reports of personally speaking with me previously about making payments to keep caught up before the services would get shut off. I'd went online and somebody had recommended to check out my credit report. And as I was looking through it, I saw there were 12 or 13 applications for credit in my name. The first one I was able to identify because it was my application date for the credit for the house, for the mortgage. And I hadn't made any applications for credit since then because I paid for my tuition with cash. So there was no need for applications for OSAP or anything. So these were unidentified applications for credit, and the credit had not been given because it says on the report insignificant information had been provided. But apparently the name and address It says something on the form about application was based on name and address provided. So 12 hits is what I took on my Equifax report. So I could only assume it must have been them because it was during the time period of when they had moved in till when they had moved out. Earlier in 2007, they filed for bankruptcy, and I got a notification telling me that I think I was about number 8 or 9 on the credit list.
Now, maybe this young guy should have been a little more careful, but what could he have done to prevent from being taken so badly?
Well, what he could have done is, as a first step, as soon as the people moved into the residence, call the utility himself to make sure that the names get switched over to the new renters. And just monitor your renters. Make sure you know who they are. Do some checks, do some credit checks to make sure you're renting to legitimate, honest people.
Those are good tips. Here's a couple of more good tips that Craig has for you to prevent this type of fraud.
I can't stress enough how important it is to get a credit check done on all possible new renters. Consider getting a deposit from new tenants for possible issues that may occur at the end of the lease period. Once a new tenant moves in, make sure you contact all utilities to advise them that the new tenant is responsible for any bills. There have been many cases where our landlord thought the tenant was a friend, and that has turned out not to be so. Take the same steps to protect yourself, even if you are renting to a friend.
When we come back, more Fraud Squad TV.
How many North Americans were victims of identity fraud in 2006? 400,000, 2.7 million, 5.4 million, or 10 million people? 10 million people in North America were victims of identity fraud in 2006. It's usually lost or stolen wallets, paper mail, or someone who knows you. Keep your information safe.
Well, this story involves many different types of fraud. Lottery fraud, telemarketing fraud, even something called a reverse scam. But what makes this particular fraudster more reprehensible is that he played out all of these frauds on one single elderly woman.
My aunt receives a lot of correspondence. Many of them are from a National Awards Commission out of Kansas. She receives letters from other prize institutions overseas in Australia, in Belgium, in the Netherlands. She's received correspondence from the Far East.
I don't know half the time what I have.
She has spent several thousands of dollars during over a 10-year span. And it's my understanding from the police that these organizations are well connected, that they share mailing lists, so as soon as they realize that there are people that will openly send them money, they pass the names around.
Typically how the sweepstakes and lottery frauds work is that the fraudsters will tell the victim that they have this large winning that is going to be coming due to them, but that the money has to come from some international source, and that in order to get access to that international money, there are all kinds of administrative, tax, or clearance fees that the winner is required to pay in advance of receiving the lump sum reward.
If I won the national award, it would be $1 million. I feel very good about it.
You know, when my aunt grew up, radio, newspaper, and the printed word were things that she held very dear to her. And I think the fact that she receives documents that are authenticated, that have a signature on them, she believes that the information that's in those letters is factual. My aunt is by herself, and as a result of that, I think she's lonesome. And I think when you start to read some of these, they very much play on the emotions of the people that receive them. And as a result of that, it's very easy for them to be taken in.
Fraud perpetrators get the names and addresses of potential victims in a variety of ways. One of the most common is by purchasing lists from other fraudsters, what are called in the industry sucker lists, people who have either shown a susceptibility to being defrauded or who in the past have already been defrauded by another scheme and who are seen as ripe for being fleeced for more money.
It didn't just end with the lotteries for Jean Simmons, as she became a tradable commodity on these fraudsters' lists. This criminal, John Stancy, a smooth-talking fraudster, befriended Jean on the phone. The con started small, but the results were devastating.
He told me that his name was John Stancy, and he was thought I might be interested in buying some pictures. And then he said, well, he had pen and pencil sets there and that. So I said, well, you can send me a few of those if you want,
elderly individuals will get sucked into a scheme and they will lose money, and the fraudsters will come back time and again to re-engage the victim to give up more money, and have developed such a rapport with these victims that they'll believe basically anything, any promises that the fraudsters make.
He had called her, attempting to sell various items, and then, following a series of similar calls, managed to locate her bank account information, and then started to transfer funds from her account into his.
I was in the hospital in there for quite a long time, and he knew that I was very weak at that point. He decided that he might just as well take all the rest of my money out of the bank.
She had contacted me and asked to borrow some money, and I didn't ask for a lot of details at the time. She had indicated to me that she would pay the money back.
You'll have to get the money for this, he said. You have to get the money for this, because this will be the last now, and then you'll be getting all that money back.
I basically said to her that I didn't ever believe she was ever going to get her money back, that she was involved in what they call a reverse scam, that it was quite typical, and that really she should stop sending these people money. I would say my aunt did not believe that at the time and continued to send money because I think she was very driven by recovering her initial money.
They finally took him to court, and the last present he gave me was an $1,100 telephone bill, which I couldn't pay. My phone was cut off. Best part of a year without a phone at all. Whatever he wanted, somebody else was going to pay for it.
We've seen in cases where we've had individuals who, in the aftermath of all this, have expressed to us that they're disappointed that the fraud has ended because although they're not losing any more money, they've lost contact with this individual that they've been dealing with for so long, who they felt that they had a close personal relationship with and whose conversation they're going to miss over time.
My aunt and uncle were very benevolent people. They were very involved in saving the wildlife in Africa. They were very involved in sending money to the Humane Society. Their whole legacy really was to provide money to those organizations upon their death. And I think probably for her it was devastating to think that she may not actually be able to have that as a reality, and I think that's part of what motivated her to try and recover her money.
Part of the problem with these mass marketing frauds is that they tend to be significantly underreported. Even a conservative estimate of losses to victims just in the United States alone would take us very, very easily into the hundreds of millions of dollars a year. They are able to entice the victim to pay initially small sums of money, which tend over time to grow into larger and larger sums of money up until the point the victim either realizes that they're being defrauded or they have no more money left to turn over to the fraudsters, at which point communication will cease and they'll move on to the next victim.
It's a travesty. I mean, it's a travesty that there doesn't seem to be any recourse for us. There's no way to protect her from these things. And while she's in a position to make her own decisions, the challenge still becomes one of how do you protect an individual when you know it's a scam. The police know it's a scam, we know it's a scam, and even in her desire to believe, I understand that, but how do you protect someone from that when they can't see to protect themselves?
I first went into it because I knew that I'd been defrauded and I knew that I needed money. I went and I pawned my beautiful camera. I even canceled my insurance policy. The last thing my husband gave me was a ring, which I valued, and it's gone.
With Craig Hannaford, our fraud expert. Now, this is a sad story because the lady was elderly, but lots of young people fall for the same game.
Well, that's right. This type of scam, you know, it targets everybody, every sector of the society, not just the elderly, also the young. I've seen some very young people, teenagers actually fall for this scam.
Now, if there's somebody in our life that we think is being, duped by this sort of scam, what can we do to protect our family members?
Well, that can be a real challenging thing to do, to actually go to a family member and say, I don't think you're taking care of your financial affairs very well, and we're concerned. It's a hard thing to do, but you may have to actually get some legal help, get the help of a lawyer who can then figure out some way to protect your family member.
Yeah, it's something that we're all having to think about more and more these days because, face it, we're getting older, our parents are getting older.
That's right, and sometimes, people need help in their financial affairs. And, you know, it may be you have to go to court and get a judge to say that somebody else has to take care of a family member's financial affairs.
Craig's got some more tips to prevent this type of fraud from happening in your life.
Keep track of all prizes and lotteries you enter. And remember, you cannot win a lottery you did not enter. Challenge a caller who says you won a prize to give you all the details of the lottery, when the draw was made, and when and where you entered the lottery. You never have to pay fees or taxes before you receive a lottery prize. Fees and taxes, if any, are levied after you collect. And most importantly, the elderly are the preferred target of ruthless fraudsters. Help the seniors in your life to protect themselves.
After these messages, we'll be back with more Fraud Squad.
What percentage of calls do fraudulent telemarketers direct towards older consumers? 12%, 37%, 54%, or 80%? Unscrupulous telemarketers will take aim at the elderly 80% of the time. It's difficult to recover money lost in telemarketing scams, so be sure to protect yourself and your loved ones. Never give these callers any personal information.
Hi, I'm Naomi Joy. Fraudsters are ruthless. They don't care who they hurt or whose life they destroy, as long as they get the money that they want. So if you've already been a victim of fraud, you need to be extra careful. Fraudsters may try to victimize you again. It's called the recovery scam. Basically, the fraudster pretends that they can help you get back the money you've lost, and all you have to do is pay a fee. Now, it's hard to imagine the boldness of it, but they might even tell you they're a law enforcement officer, and then you never hear from them again, and you never get your money back. So if you've lost money, be prepared. That person or someone they're working with may try to take advantage of you again. The secondary fraudster might send you a letter or even call you. So be very careful. Don't give out any personal information to anyone you don't know. If a legitimate law enforcement agency can recover your money, they will not ask you for a fee. Now, Fraud Squad TV takes it to the streets to hear more of your stories.
Here to tell you about a friend of mine who had his identity stolen in Halifax by somebody with the same name, who used his credit information to get a mortgage and a bunch of loans. Well, you know, when he went into the bank and realized that there was a mortgage in his name with his social insurance number, and that the guy with the same name who had never corrected it, who stole his identity, he didn't know what to do at first, and really what he should have done is gone right to the bank manager. But it took him a while to figure out what to do and how to get around it. Even though he was able to find the guy and confront him, it still took him almost 10 years before he could get any credit or a mortgage.
My father-in-law, he had moved from his apartment into another apartment. The people that moved into the apartment took a credit card slip that was mailed to him with information. They sent it back in. The credit card was approved. They actually activated it, maxed it out, and now he's got a bad credit. So when you move, please make sure that you change your address. When you're moving from your home, if you're switching homes, your banks, your statements, your work, everything, your social insurance, your health card, you need to do this. You have to protect yourself because nobody else will.
Just about a month ago, I had a situation where somebody had either rescanned my debit card or at least seen my debit card and was able to recreate the PIN number, and they tried to take $500 out of my account, and that wasn't allowed. Then they tried again for $100, and that actually went through, and that was flagged by my bank. And they caught it in time, but ended up freezing my card for about a week. Well, you got to be absolutely very careful when it comes to using your debit card. I mean, always cover it up with your hand or whatever you can do. Try to move it away if it's in a fixed position, because I've heard of cameras that are even pointing at it to read it. I don't even know how this guy read mine, for that matter, but I'm extra careful with it now for sure.
This fellow came up to me on the street. He told me that he had a bank statement that was a transfer of funds. And so if I just put it in my bank, he would then, we would take money out of my bank, and then a week later I'd get paid back. But this guy, he said he was in trouble. He said that he was from Windsor, he was in Toronto, and he lost all his wallet and things. I don't know why he had a bank transfer statement or whatever that is. My bank account doesn't allow me to take out money right away, so I used my dad's bank account. So I ended up basically robbing my dad of about $500. Afterwards, after I gave him the money that was actually my dad's, he's like, you know what, thanks so much for your help. Here's $20. And I was like, yeah, I just got $20 of my dad's own money that he stole from me.
Thanks again for sharing your stories. By telling us your stories, we just might prevent someone else from falling for the same scam. If you want to learn more about protecting yourself from fraud, Or if you have a story to share, visit our website at fraudsquadtv.com. Let's fight fraud together.
Having no money, literally, it was a real financial hardship for me.
We thought we were done and over and in the clear, and the nightmare was starting all over again.
They say the best things in life are free, but you can give them to the birds and bees. I need money. That's what I want. That's what I want. Yeah. That's what I want.
Hi there, I'm Tom Natchu. Welcome to another episode of Fraud Squad TV. Now, fraud as a crime doesn't sound all that bad, does it? It's not a violent crime like homicide or armed robbery, so why pay any attention to it? It's really just about money, and after all, they say that your health is worth much more than money. The truth is that fraud can devastate people's lives. We're going to show you how ordinary people have lost so much money that they are left destitute, depressed, and in some cases even suicidal. Imagine your golden years, having worked your whole life assembling a savings, and in the blink of an eye, having it ripped away from you, never to be recovered, and leaving you destitute. At Fraud Squad TV, we've seen these heartbreaking stories time and time again, and we're here because we don't want it to happen to you. Stay tuned for this episode's stories and valuable tips. All of us worry about investing money in a deal gone bad or having someone scam us out of our money. But if someone was going to scam you, when would be the worst possible time for them to do it? Well, how about when you don't even have a job? Employment scams, also known as job scams, happen every day. They involve someone posing as a recruiter or an employer, offering attractive employment opportunities, which most often require money in advance or overpayment using fake checks. Here's a look at two such stories, and later on, we'll tell you how you can safely look for a job online.
My mother called me frantic, telling me that the bank is trying to have me arrested if I don't pay them $3,000.
He's asked us to protect his identity, and so we'll call him Ivan. Now, Ivan was 22 years old at the time, in college, taking a computer science course. His tuition was quite costly, and he needed a car. So Ivan decided to get a job on the side to help him pay for the schooling and for the transportation. So his first move was to post his resume online.
When someone sent me an email through one of those employment websites.
Hi, I'm Bradley A.B. Clark, an investment broker. I saw your listing on an employment website, and I'd like to offer you a job that allows you to still do other jobs, as it does not require full-time attention.
He told me that he lived in a different country.
I assure you the business is legitimate. I have some stocks in the U.S., but since I do not reside there, I need someone to help me collect my dividends and forward the cash to me.
I was promised that if it went well the first time, then it would be a constant transactions.
With the promise of making some good money, and with a job that allowed him to focus on his schooling, Ivan decided to accept the position.
I received some letters in the mail with money orders from Walmart, 4 checks for $700. I looked through some fraud websites and I didn't see anything about money orders. There were fake checks and fake traveler's checks, but I didn't see any information about about these kind of things. So I decided I'd go with it. I went to my bank, deposited the money, took it out within the week, and sent it through Western Union.
Well, Ivan was pleased enough with his new position. It allowed him to focus his attention on his schooling and yet promised a good paycheck. Just to simply deposit checks and transfer money, well, what could be simpler than that? But just 2 weeks later, Ivan's house of cards would fall.
I received numerous phone calls, letters in the mail telling me that I would be indicted for grand larceny if I don't pay my bank the money for giving them fraudulent checks.
If somebody wants to give you money for any reason and wants you to send money somewhere in return for any reason, it's a scam.
Well, my bank has started sending me threatening phone calls about every 5 minutes that if I don't return the money that I withdrew, I will be taken to court and imprisoned. I brought them all the letters, our conversations, every proof that I have about it, and they told me that they don't care. Then I told them that I'm going to get a lawyer, and they said they're a bank and they have thousands of lawyers.
Ivan paid the bank the $3,000, and his hopes of making some extra money to help him with his school and to buy a new car turned into a very expensive mistake and debt.
The bank wins every time. They have unlimited resources. There's no doubt about that. You could look it up online, read books, they never lose.
That lesson was also learned by this woman we'll call Mary. She's asked us to protect her identity as well.
I was looking for a job, had my resume out on job websites, such as Career Builder. I'd been contacted by a company called Cyberweb Designs out of Madrid, Spain. And this guy said, you know, I saw your resume on the internet and I'm interested in talking to you about a position, and explained that the company was going to be moving here to the United States and they needed somebody here to be like their payment manager.
Mary was sent a contract in the mail, so she took the contract to a lawyer that she knew just to make sure that the job was legitimate.
And obviously the wording wasn't Americanized, but it looked very legitimate, it looked real, so they said, yeah, go ahead and give it a try. So I signed the contract, sent it back to him, and he said, okay, well, then our customers are going to be sending you checks, and what you're going to do is deposit it, and we'll tell you how much you need to send back to us, and you keep the rest.
They're hired as an accountant, bookkeeper, and if you would just handle the deposit of these checks.
The first check I got was for like $2,400.
Forward us the remaining, and of course the checks are bad, and the victim's on the hook for it.
And I deposited it. So the next day I withdrew out approximately $1,400 to send back to the company in Spain, only a week later to find out that the check they'd had a stop payment on that specific check.
Well, employment scams can cost you a lot more than the time you lost trying to find a job. They can end up costing you big bucks. Now, that's money that if you're looking for a job, you may not even have.
Being unemployed and having no money, literally, it was a real financial hardship for me.
It is bothersome that the victims who are really trying to make a difference, they're just trying to get by however they can, sure, that pulls at your heartstrings.
And having no recourse, the only thing I could do is try to, find another job as quickly as possible and then pay the bank back.
We're here once again with Craig Hannaford, our resident expert on fraud. Ivan is a kid. You can almost see how he would fall for that. I mean, that kind of a job where you just cash checks for somebody else seems too good to be true.
Well, and it was too good to be true, and that's what people got to realize. If you've been given a job and essentially you're not doing any work, you got to figure out that it's a scam.
True enough. Now, Mary did do due diligence. She went to her lawyer. She checked it all over. And, a foreign company who needs help with a payroll, that seems more legit.
Well, you've got to really wonder, if a company is legitimate and they're having problems doing their banking and they need you to cash a check for them and send you back money, that really doesn't pass the smell test, and you got to take a step back.
True enough. So if you're looking for a job, I bet you could use a few more tips, and Craig's got them for you right now.
Anytime someone wants you to deposit a foreign check in your account and send them back some of the money, watch out. It's probably a scam. Remember, foreign checks can take over a month to absolutely clear. Just because your bank lets you use some of those funds in a week or so, it does not mean the check is cleared. Beware of third-party checks. If you don't know the check writer, beware.
Stand by. We'll be right back with more Fraud Squad TV. For many of us, adoption is a choice taken when a couple wants to start a family. Sometimes they just can't conceive naturally, and other times, they only want to bring an available child into their family. Now, adoption fraud preys on these emotions by taking people's money without ever delivering a child for adoption. In this story, we'll see how one group of fraudsters crushed the dreams of a couple looking to adopt.
Counting what we spent for the fraudulent adoption, for the illegal adoption, and then what we spent to make everything legal, in the neighborhood of $40,000.
High school science teacher David Krutschkow and his wife wanted to start a new family. Now, they felt that there is already enough children in the world, so they decided to adopt. Some friends of theirs suggested two women from Long Island with an agency called Adoptive Choice.
We had requested a toddler-age girl. We were offered a referral of a child, and they give you a picture and a very sketchy background on the child. And the first child, we were told that her parents were in jail in Mexico, and she was living with her maternal grandmother with her older sister, and the maternal grandmother did not have the means to support both children, so she would like to see the younger one placed, and then if that things worked out, she might later on decide to place the older one. So we accepted that referral. Later on, we were told the grandmother changed her mind.
A short time after that, a second referral was made by the agency.
This child the story we got was that the child was the child of a impoverished mother in Mexico who had more children than she could afford to support, and that she had already placed one child, and we accepted that referral. And for whatever reason, things kept dragging on and dragging on. And when we started to question things, we started getting some negative feedback from the agency. And then we were told that that referral fell through. For the first two referrals, it didn't happen. The money that we had spent, the fees that we had paid, were carried over. I think we had an agency fee of about $4,000. The attorney's fee was $16,000. We paid half of it upon acceptance of the referral, and the other half was supposed to be on receiving the child.
David was beginning to give up. He suggested cutting his losses and quitting, but his wife asked to give the agency just one more chance.
We were offered either a partial refund or another referral. I said, let's take the second referral, and the third referral, and I said, that's fine, but I want to see this child for real. I want to make sure that we're not just getting pictures of any child off the street somewhere in Mexico. As time dragged on, we were asked for additional money for foster care, which, according to the agency contract, was never outlined or never presented to us as a separate charge. So I objected to that, and that's when the agency started getting a little bit nasty with us, telling us things like, don't you want your daughter to be properly fed and clothed?
David and his wife met with an official of the agency in Mexico who provided a lovely little girl for them to adopt, but didn't seem to have the necessary paperwork. Well, eventually, they were given more paperwork and went ahead with the adoption, but when they tried to come home, they realized the paperwork was incomplete. So they decided to voice their concerns with the New York State Attorney General's office.
And it came to light that we weren't the only ones with concerns about the people we were using in the Mexican adoptions. And we met another family who happened to have our second referral.
And while the agency kept charging the Krutschkows for each bogus referral, they also manipulated the couple to keep them on the hook.
We were being subjected to financial and emotional coercion, and that's not an uncommon thing, as I've learned in the subsequent years, with the way the adoption industry operates and the way a lot of adoption agencies operate.
You have to check out the company. You have to find a track record. You have to find people who have adopted successfully and and talk to them, but sometimes that's not enough too.
They have the carrot hanging over your head or the light at the end of the tunnel, and well, it's going to take this much more if you want that. And lately, in recent years, I've been reading things from victims of other adoption frauds, where now, if you start to complain or speak out against things you don't think are going right or are working right or are not the way they're supposed to be, the agency turns around and says, well, then there's something wrong with you, and maybe we'll hold off on completing this adoption until you complete agency-mandated psychological counseling.
And while the entire ordeal cost the Crutchcows $40,000, the real suffering came from the uncertainty of being able to be sure they were going to keep the daughter they were caring for.
When we moved from New York to Florida, where we are now, we decided that having a U.S. passport was a good proof of citizenship, but the ultimate proof of citizenship was getting a certificate of citizenship. So we applied to the CIS office in Miami, Florida for a certificate of citizenship. And when they looked at the case, they weren't happy with the way New York had handled things. And they decided that maybe this child should be deported. And they began the process, the initial process of deportation proceedings. And basically, we thought we were done and over and in the clear, and the nightmare was starting all over again. But fortunately, and this one only took 2 years, fortunately things worked out for the best, and everybody got on the same page, and our daughter did get her certificate of citizenship.
Preying on the emotional vulnerabilities of adoptive couples is what adoption fraudsters count on to keep getting your money.
You have to really reach out to, if it's a foreign adoption agency, reach out to the State Department, reach out to that country, ask them about the legitimacy of that adoption company.
Adoption fraud doesn't just victimize the adoptive parents, it victimizes the children in that way, and in a lot of cases, especially when it comes to international adoptions and adopting from underdeveloped, impoverished countries, it victimizes the birth families too.
You're just asking for, as I said, more heartbreak, and I don't think that's what these people are looking for.
I don't want to scare people away from adoption, but I want them to be careful out there. I want them to go in with their eyes wide open. The saddest thing is the identity issue, the fact that her identity was a fabrication and we have no lead to the truth at all. And there are medical issues that it would be nice to know some genetic and biological background. There are other issues that it would be nice to know. And for her own sake, the identity is an issue. It's not like she was a foundling. Somebody placed her with Reyes. So there is somebody who she is the daughter of that is known to someone somewhere, and it would be nice to have that information for her if and when she would want it.
Now comes a time that I like especially, where I get to ask Craig some questions about this. You know, this has got to be the cruelest type of fraud ever. I mean, these people, 6 years, all of that money. You're anxious, you want to get the adoption over with, so you're paying money. At what point do you quit paying money?
Well, if you're not getting any results from adoption agency, you really got to stop and take a look and maybe switch agencies. But one of the things people can do is check whether the adoption agency is properly registered with the state authority.
Well, are there such organizations that registers them with state authorities?
Well, it would depend from state to state, but yes, generally they would have to be licensed. So that's one place that you can check to see whether it's actually a legitimate adoption agency.
All right, so if I'm looking out for an adoption, if we're thinking about it, where are the kind of places that I should look?
Well, you should start with your state regulating agency. You may want to look on the internet to get referrals and references from friends or other people who have adopted. That's a great way to get a reference. If you know somebody who's had a successful adoption, take their recommendation.
See it with your own eyeballs, then you trust it. I bet you're wondering more about this. Craig's got some more tips right now.
Be wary of an adoption agency that states they have had 100% or near perfect success rate. Do not accept guarantees that an agency will find a child for you within a definite period of time. Don't use an adoption agency that requests a large upfront fee with the rest due upon the completion of the adoption. Get and investigate a number of references from previous satisfied clients.
Stand by. We'll be right back with more Fraud Squad TV.
Hi, I'm Naomi Joy. Now, we've said a lot about protecting your personal information, but there is no end to how diligent you need to be. More than 50% of identity theft victims were also the victims of credit card fraud. It's not only the financial loss for these victims, but North Americans will spend more than 300 million hours this year resolving issues relating to identity theft. Not only do you have to be careful who you give your personal information to, you also have to protect information that is being sent to you. So get a locking mailbox, make sure you receive new credit cards and checks, and if you don't receive them, follow up with your financial institution right away. Call the post office if you haven't received mail for an unusual amount of time as well. And remember, companies don't forget to send out their bills. If you don't receive one, call the company. It may be a sign your mail has been redirected. Now, Fraud Squad TV takes it to the street to hear more ways fraudsters have tried to get your money.
My grandfather actually had it happen to him 5 times with the same credit card. He was at his house and he got a phone call from Visa saying that he had his card charged in Italy for something like $7,000, and it obviously wasn't him because he was at home. He never ended up getting charged for it, but he would always have to kind of go through a lot of crap to try to explain to them that it wasn't him, because he did travel a lot, so it was kind of an inconvenience for him because he had to explain himself even though it wasn't him. I would just say always be careful. Keep all your receipts for where you go, so if you ever have to prove it, then you have backup. Usually you have patterns for money, so when something comes up out of nowhere, you're going to kind of realize that's not you, and just be very careful.
Well, somebody got my PIN number and somehow, my card information, and deposited a fake check in my account and was able to withdraw money from my account. And my bank caught it, and they saw that it was an unusual amount and so on, and so they just gave me credit for the withdrawal, and they issued me a new card. So the bank was pretty cool about it, yeah.
Thank you for sharing your stories. By telling your stories, we just might prevent someone else from falling for the same scam. If you want to learn more about protecting yourself from fraud, or if you have a story to share, visit our website at fraudsquadtv.com. Let's fight fraud together.
He is nowhere to be found, and I promise you, he is running another scam.
The stupidest thing we did was to trust that the bank was giving us accurate information.
They say the best things in life are free, but you can give them to the birds and bees. I need money. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want.
Hi there, I'm Tom Natchu. Welcome to another episode of Fraud Squad TV. Fraudsters, scam artists, swindlers, grifters, whatever you want to call them, they're all in it for the same thing. They want to take your money in any immoral and unscrupulous way they can. You see, there's no ethics in fraud. It's only about the money, whatever it takes. And I mean whatever it takes. Even sometimes a life. It's not a small ticket item. Fraud is in the billions of dollars throughout North America, and it's increasing every day. Fraudsters have a desire to gain for themselves at any cost. So it's important that we all learn to protect ourselves and start fighting fraud together. Please stay tuned for this episode's stories and valuable tips.
What percentage of thrift shops are run by actual charities? 15%, 30%, 45%, or 60%? Only 30% of thrift shops are run by actual charities. It's not always easy to tell the for-profit from the non-profit thrift stores. But if you're hoping your donation will be used to help those in need, take some time to investigate the store. Find out where the money really goes.
Do you ever play the stock market? Well, maybe you make a career of it. Now, whether you're a Wall Street novice or a blue-chip expert, you can fall victim to a fraud known as pump and dump. This scam is so named because the fraudster will artificially pump up a stock's value with false claims, unrealistic projections, maybe even a couple of phony news stories, and then dump his share when the value is high. Unfortunately for you and all the other investors, the stock soon plummets and the investor's money is lost forever. Let's take a look.
I had a very good friend who was a stockbroker that had never tried to sell me any stock. And he called up one day and said that he had something I ought to buy, and I just did it.
Jakey Sandifer, the owner of Sandifer Oil and Gas, found out the hard way that if a stock rises in value from 83 cents to $20 a share in just a few months, it's not to be trusted. And he should never have trusted convicted felon and fugitive Harris Dempsey Butch Ballo.
Paid 83 cents a share. He called me in 4 months and said it's up to $4, and that he knew it was going to 10 or 20. Trusting him, I bought some more in a deal called Titan Industries.
Soon after Jakey and his partner stepped up their action, the stock began to fall. Now he's beginning to panic, and he called his good friend Butch with some questions.
He said the reason it was going down was but they were going to go on the NASDAQ and that they hadn't gotten their paperwork in.
But there was no paperwork and no NASDAQ. All there was a couple of articles in the paper about the company and what they were up to. But that didn't seem good enough. Something wasn't sitting well.
My stockbroker came to see me one Sunday night and said that he thought that we had been had. So I go see a friend of mine with Baker Botts Law Firm, and we sued for fraud.
The trading price of the stock has been artificially inflated by innocent investors. The perpetrators and insiders on the fraud will sell into that higher inflated trading price, cash out, and make off with their profits, while the innocent investor is left holding large quantities of worthless stock.
In a landmark decision, the courts issued a judgment against Butch Blue, providing restitution to Jakey and his partner for the money they lost, plus $8 million in punitive damages. But the investigators soon learned that they were just scratching the surface.
We found out that he had a pump and dump scheme. There were people involved in Florida, La Jolla, California, Monroe, Louisiana, Kansas City, Houston. We got all this information, and when we got the $8 million punitive damage, we started, of course, that was enough to pursue it further. We contacted the FBI and the SEC and started criminal procedures.
Various calculations by different groups on what the scale of pump and dump stock frauds are in any typical year, but suffice it to say that it is a multi-billion-dollar business with multi-billion-dollar losses to basically innocent, unsavvy investors in any given year.
There was finally a judgment gotten against Butch Blue. He pleaded guilty. They dropped 11 charges. He pleaded guilty to 1.
Butch Blue was released prior to sentencing on $100,000 bail, $10,000 of which he quite willingly posted. Facing up to 10 years in prison and a $500,000 fine, Butch failed to appear in U.S. District Judge David Hittner's court for sentencing and remains a fugitive today.
I was quoted in a Houston paper as saying that he scammed half of the people in the U.S., and now he's conned the U.S. government.
Trying to capture the elusive Butch Blue has been a struggle for the FBI, the Securities Commission, and a lot of other agencies. To help, Jakey and his partner hired a private detective and spent more than $2 million of their own money. This story is not unique, sadly. People like you and me are often convinced to invest in stocks and bonds, both legitimate and bogus, by simple phone solicitations.
He is nowhere to be found, and I promise you, he is running another scam.
We're with our fraud expert, Craig Hannaford. I've got 2 questions, both in 2 parts. First of all, I invest whatever money I have and things start to take off. Should I be paranoid right away?
Well, not necessarily. As long as you've had good advice and you believe in the stockbroker and the stock, there's nothing wrong with making that type of investment. You know, that's how people make money. They can actually make some good money in the market. But what you have to be careful of is if you get advice from somebody you don't know about a stock you've never heard of.
Well, that's the second part of my first question. Now if things are taking off okay and I trust everything going well, how do I know when to get out?
Well, you know, these fraudsters are really good. If you get sucked into a pump and dump, that's the real issue, when to get out. Because the fraudster is working to pump the price up, and he's going to get out at the top. The best advice I have is don't get involved in these types of transactions in the first place. generally you'll be the loser.
Okay, now Jakey Sandifer is a smart guy, millionaire. You know, you'd think that he'd know better. Is this type of pump and dump fraud normally committed against guys who play the market all the time?
You know, there's no set pattern. I've seen victims who are very wealthy, and I've seen victims who couldn't afford to lose anything. You can't really say one person's smarter than the other. Victims come from all walks of life.
The second part of the second question, there's an element of greed here, isn't there?
Well, there is. I think everybody wants to make a good investment and feel that they're really smart, but it all goes back to your due diligence. Never invest in a stock that you don't know anything about, and keep watching your investments, and make sure that you know the person who is selling the stock to you.
He's got your attention, doesn't he? Stand by, he's got even more tips for this type of fraud.
Deal with a stockbroker you know and trust when making stock investments. Make sure you ask the stock salesperson where he's licensed, and then do some checks with a licensing agency. Don't fall for a high-pressure sales pitch to buy an unheard-of stock. Always do some independent research before you invest in any stock.
Don't go away, we'll be right back with more Fraud Squad TV.
What signs indicate an investment deal is not legitimate? You find it through a spam email message? The offer is pressured, time-sensitive. The investment is low risk with high return. It's such a hot tip, there's no time for documentation. Well, all of these are signs that the deal might not be legitimate. Fraudsters use high-pressure tactics to force you to make a quick decision with little or no information. When it comes to investing in anything, take the time to really understand the opportunity.
Have you ever sold something that you've used? A TV, stereo, an old sofa, sports memorabilia, or perhaps even a car? Well, most of the time, our biggest worry is that we'll be offered too little for the item we're selling. So, how do you think that you would react if someone came along and offered to send you more than your asking price? It's called an advance fee fraud. It's also known as an overpayment fraud. And it's becoming more and more common by the day. They're the scams that involve sending you a check that's well over the amount of money that you're asking for an item or a service, and then simply and politely requesting that you send the difference back, or maybe even send the difference to someone else. So you send the money, the check comes back phony, and you're held responsible to the bank for the full amount. Those behind these schemes are taking every opportunity possible to scam you out of thousands of dollars. So let's take a look at this story.
Our first real clue that something was wrong was just about a week after we had deposited the check, the bank called us.
Sean Mosh and her husband Jeff were just like any other North American couple with children. The two faced the typical financial responsibilities of parents, a house, the monthly bills, and the feeding and caring for their kids. And so when it came time to put money towards one of their cars, money they really didn't have, the two decided they'd be better off to sell the vehicle. And that is where this story begins.
It all started because we were selling my husband's 1961 Buick Special.
At that time, Sean was a stay-at-home mom, so didn't really have the money to put into it, and it was kind of getting to that point where it needed some work, so I had to sell the car. I placed a few ads out on the internet to try and sell the car, and started getting lots of different emails from interested buyers, anywhere from, the United States to Brazil. I got a email from a guy in Africa claiming to be an automobile dealer over there and was interested in my car. So sent emails back and forth, agreed on a price. One of the emails he sent me, he asked if one of his clients that was here in the United States could send me money, and that way it would expedite the purchase because then he wouldn't have to go through a currency exchange, that kind of stuff. At that point, it sounded kind of fishy, so, started kind of throwing the red flags up.
Sean and Jeff felt skeptical about this particular buyer, but they did want to sell the car. So the two decided that they'd go ahead with the deal, but be extra vigilant along the way.
Sent an email back saying, okay, that's fine, it's like you can have the guy send the money, and didn't really expect that anything would ever come of it. But, a couple days later, we got a check in the mail, a cashier's check from the Bank of America for $8,800. I was selling the car for $1,600, and the remainder was going to get wired back to the transport company. So Sean and I had talked and said that we were going to ask the bank how much time that we needed to wait to know that the check was clear and good, so that way, we weren't wiring any money before we knew for sure that, we were covered and safe.
Often the victim is online selling a product, a car, a musical instrument. It's amazing what the bad guys will pick up on and lock into. Then they'll say, "I'll buy it at your asking price." They send you a check. It's a certified check, and it looks really good. It looks good enough to get through the bank tellers.
I brought the check into the bank and I asked them how long until this check would clear. And they said 24 hours. I said, now I want to know for sure, not just when the check is available, the money's in our account. When the check is actually good money that I can spend without having any worries of it coming back to hurt us. And they said 24 hours, ma'am, no problem.
Sean and Jeff waited a day longer than what they were told by the bank. The two then confirmed with the bank that the funds had in fact cleared before they took out the money from their account.
So 48 hours later, I went back to the bank, and before I withdrew the money that was supposed to be the portion for the transportation of the car that we were supposed to wire to the shipper, I asked the person there at the bank, can you verify that this check has cleared? And they gave me the amount of the check and said the date it was deposited. I said, yes, that's the amount that I'm looking at. And they said, yes, it's in your account, it's cleared, it's good. I said, now this is never gonna come back and bite me in the butt. And they said, no worries at all.
And so it would seem that Sean and Jeff took every precaution necessary before getting geared up for the sale of their car. But even now, they felt it was safe enough to put the wheels in motion. The two would find themselves on a very bumpy road with their bank.
The next day, Jeff went and wired that money. The entire time, we never trusted the scammer. We trusted our bank that they were giving us accurate information about how the procedure went for checking the checks, for the clearing process, and that they were giving us an honest answer when they said that it was verified and that everything was clear.
The bank has to allow that check to go completely through the process, and an assurance that it has cleared is something that the victim needs to get.
Our first real clue that something was wrong was just about a week after we had deposited the check. The bank called us and they said that the check that we had deposited for $8,800 came back as counterfeit.
I knew right away because I heard Sean cry, and she goes, no, and it's like, it was at that point that I could just feel it in my gut. It's just like, that check was bad, and now we're gonna be responsible for it. So that was the point when I knew. It's like I could hear her crying, you know, it sinks in real fast.
At first, when we found out we were victims of the scam, immediately I felt shame and anger and blamed ourselves. How could we be so stupid? But yeah, that took about a day, and that passed, and then I said the stupidest thing we did was to trust that the bank was giving us accurate information. Legally, all we can say is that both sides came to a agreeable settlement. When we did go looking for a new bank, the first thing I did when going into a new bank was ask them if I came in with a cashier's check for $8,800 and asked you how long it would take for this check to clear. The bank that told us that would take approximately 10 to 14 business days is the bank we made a new account with. The ones that told us 24 hours, we said, thank you and have a nice day.
Jeff and Sean learned the hard way about overpayment scams, but they weren't about to let their experience go to waste. The two started up a website called scamvictimsunited.com.
While we wish we could help people financially, we found that just being able to share your story kind of as a therapy support group online really does help people to get through this, knowing that there's somebody else out there that's gone through it and has survived and come back has really helped a lot of people to get the inner strength to say, I can get through this too.
I always look forward to the part where I get to ask a few more follow-up questions to Craig Hannaford. Okay, now I've deposited a check into my account. It's a foreign check, but if my bank allows me to draw funds against that check, doesn't it mean it's a good check?
Well, you know, that's something that confuses a lot of people, and that's not the case. The bank may allow you to withdraw funds like 5-7 days after the check goes in, but it could take 30 days or even longer for the bank to determine if it's a counterfeit check or some other fraudulent type of check. And they may come back and get that money back from you out of your account.
So, you know, we're going back almost to the Wild West, where the only way to be sure is cold, hard cash. And come to think of it, didn't we do a show on how to counterfeit cash?
That's right.
So how do you know? You get a certified check, I guess.
Well, you know what? The safest thing is not to accept a check from a foreign bank. I mean, you can ask for a money order. You can tell the person to wire you money through Western Union or through the wire services, but you really got to be careful before you accept a foreign check. And then in this case, they were actually sending money back to the person down in the foreign country. I mean, that's a classic setup, Tom, and we have a lot of victims out there who fall for this scam.
I'm glad I asked the question, and I bet you've got some of your own. Craig's got a couple of more tips to make sure that this doesn't happen to you.
Always wait for a check to clear before sending merchandise. Never part with merchandise until you are absolutely sure the payment is good. Be very suspicious if someone tries to pay you with a check for more than the price agreed on, especially if they ask you to provide cash in return for the overage. It's better to wait for an honest buyer than to lose your money and what you are selling in exchange for a quick sale. Overly complex methods of payment are a big red flag that something is wrong. There are many ways for a buyer to make payment in a simple, secure manner. Wire transfer services and internet payment services all provide quick, easy, and safe ways for a buyer to pay you.
After these messages, more Fraud Squad TV.
How much money is lost due to check fraud every year? 1 million, 10 million, 100 million, or $10 billion? In North America, more than 500 million checks are forged annually, with losses totaling more than $10 billion. If you're involved in a transaction in which a check is used, wait for the check to clear before you send the merchandise.
Hi, I'm Naomi Joy. Has anyone ever told you that they have a great investment for you, one where there's no risk and you're guaranteed a huge return? If so, I hope you didn't give them any money, because it was probably a scam. Only a con artist will tell you that there is no risk in investing. Investing always has its share of risk. You have to determine how much you're comfortable with. A real financial advisor will explain all of this to you. So before you invest in anything, make sure you understand what's involved. Do you know the difference between stocks and bonds, or margin accounts and mutual funds? If not, do your homework. Make sure your investments make you wealthy and not a fraudster. Now Fraud Squad TV takes it to the streets to hear about some of the other ways fraudsters have tried to take your money.
I signed up for a gym about this time February last year, and I knew something was fishy after a month, so I tried to get my money back around March, and they told me to come back in April. I was talking to some people, and they were taking money from people up until the day before the lease was up. Like, then knowing that they were gonna cheat people out of their money, it made me sick. Like, it was horrible. Like I'm a student and stuff, and me, $450, maybe not a lot to other people, but you know, it was a lot to me, and I was screwed basically. Do your research, because if you're gonna put your money into something like that, you should really do your research first.
I had a situation where the bank called me, and they were basically letting me know there'd been some unusual transactions on my account. So I told them, you know, I didn't make those transactions. But nevertheless, the bank actually gave me a non-disclosure form, which I filled out, and I didn't have to pay for it. Just make sure you check your statements regularly for items and that you may not have purchased, and really make sure that you keep a close eye on your finances.
With respect to identity theft, my mother one time was using her credit card, and what happened was she noticed that someone else found the number and other information on the credit card. So what happened was the $100 or $200 was missing on the credit card statement she found online. She called the credit card company. She said, "I'm not paying for it," and then the company had to cover the I think it was $200. When you get a credit card, if you have one, check your statement regularly and make sure you know what's going on. Make sure that if there's any things that have been purchased with your name or with your credit card, make sure that they're your purchases and contact them immediately.
Thank you for sharing your stories. By telling us your stories, we just might prevent someone else from falling for the same scam. Now, if you want to learn more about protecting yourself from fraud, or if you have a story to share, visit our website at fraudsquadtv.com. Let's fight fraud together.
so fed up with this process of trying to track him down, we call the police.
People do crazy things when they get a lot of money, like $40,000, $50,000, $100,000.
They say the best things in life are free, but you can give them to the birds and bees. I need money. That's what I want. That's what I want. Yeah. That's what I want.
Hi there, I'm Tom Natchu. Welcome to another edition of Fraud Squad TV. Now, being scammed by an individual or company leaves you feeling angry and hurt, and that's understandable. Many of us keep the incident to ourselves because we're embarrassed. After all, we consider ourselves intelligent enough not to let it happen to us in the first place. However, frauds such as identity theft and bank skimming, well, they can happen to you without you even being aware of it, so you need to protect yourself in advance. Learn from the experts on how to prevent frauds from happening to you in the first place. Stay tuned for this episode's stories and valuable tips.
How much money is lost every year due to fraudulent telemarketing? 4 million, 40 million, 4 billion, or $40 billion? North Americans lose more than $40 billion each year due to fraudulent sales of goods and services over the telephone. Don't be pressured by pushy telemarketers. Chances are, if you really needed something, you would need someone to call you and tell you about it. Don't make a decision right away. Ask for details to be mailed to you, and then take the time to carefully review everything before you decide.
Home improvement fraud is fast becoming a quickly growing fraud. And the reason is more people are buying homes, not just for principal residences, but for investment properties and recreational properties as well. The Consumer Protection Division of the Ontario Ministry of Government Services reports that there's an average of 3,000 complaints from homeowners against contractors every year. The vast majority of these complaints are for deposits made and work never done. Now, in this story, we'll see how two separate victims were taken by serial fraudsters in Peterborough, Ontario, and how it nearly drove them crazy.
Being new to Peterborough, we really didn't know any pavers. We went to the Yellow Pages.
Well, it came as quite a surprise when Norm Smith was visited by Ben Hatton, a member of the reputable and successful Hatton family, and offered an amazing deal to pave his driveway.
A very pleasant fellow, very sociable, very personable. Didn't seem to be anything wrong that we could see. Now, of course, we were new to Peterborough, but we were kind of caught in this, you know, people in Peterborough were nice after 30 years in Toronto and dealing with Toronto. Not that Toronto's not nice, but Peterborough is a very friendly place, so this just seemed to be very natural. Quoted the price. But part of his demand was that $1,000 were to be given to him up front for materials and paying off some labor costs, etc. So, I mean, he just, this was part of his contract. It said, there's no negotiation on this, so that's the way it is.
A person portraying to be a legitimate contractor may attend your house. They may give you a quote in order to perform some work. And the usual course of business is for the homeowner to provide a down payment to the contractor, which is anywhere between 10 and 25% of the total cost of the job.
He came in about mid-September and excavated our driveway because they have to dig down so that they can put the materials to compact it, et cetera, et cetera. And on that day, I was here, and we gave him the check for $1,000 because he had to pay the excavator and get materials.
Well, it turns out that was the last time that Norm ever saw the fraudulent paver. And like so many victims of fraud, he didn't believe it had happened to him.
We called him, we left messages for him. We got no response. We actually found out where he lived and went down to his house and knocked on the door, knocked on the windows. Whether he was there or not was debatable. We felt he was, but we didn't see Ben. We didn't hear from him. We didn't see him at all.
So finally, I think it was October the 20th, we just had our fill of this. We wrote him a letter basically saying, look, here's what's happened. You're not responding. This is unacceptable. Let us know. I want to know, or we want to know tomorrow, the 21st, what you're going to do to correct it and fix it. 21st came, nothing. Ben was nowhere to be seen. At that point, we were just so fed up with this process of trying to track him down, we called the police. And the police came over, interviewed us, kind of let us know at the time that we weren't the only ones, let's say, who were in the same predicament with Ben, and that they now had probably enough evidence to charge him with fraud, which eventually they did.
The good news is the police made their arrest and Norm got his money back. Now, just around the corner from Norm, another victim of driveway scamming, Charlotte tells her story.
He wrote up the quote, which was $1,800, and so I said, certainly, we'll go ahead with it. And he said, I need to receive half of that amount in payment so I can do some purchasing, which I thought is fair for a young fellow. So I wrote him a check, and off he went. And so then I didn't see him for a few weeks, and I phoned and left a message. There was no response. Then I saw him one day. I was in the bank in the lineup, and he was ahead of me. And I said, Ben, I said, are you going to be coming to do my driveway soon? Because it had been probably a month and a half after. And he said, oh, I'm so busy. I've been working in Toronto and doing a lot of work that way. So I said, fine, but I would appreciate you arriving soon. So then nothing happened, and then I talked to Steve Bell, who has Bell's Paving, very honest fellow. So I phoned him and I said, Steve, do you know this Ben Hatton? What's happening? And he said, oh no, not you too. And when I heard that he was doing it all around the city and very elderly people, that was very upsetting, and I just thought, how could someone do that?
We're with Craig Hannaford from Hannaford Partners, our fraud expert. You know, there's very little time and a lot to do in the house. Why do I have to get 3 estimates for everything I do?
Well, you really should get 3 estimates, and the reason is you want to make sure that the price is competitive, and you want to shop it around. That's just being a smart consumer.
Isn't it also being a smart consumer when somebody's just down the road paving something? I mean, maybe he does have some, extra materials, and maybe I can get a good deal.
Well, that's one of the, that's one of the scams where people come up to you and say, I just happen to be doing a house down the street, and I have some extra materials, and I can give you a great deal. Take the person's name, take the company name, but still get references.
I've got to run home and check on the roof. If you've got a home, Craig's probably got your attention. Stand by, he's got even more tips. Stand by, we'll be right back with more Fraud Squad TV.
What percentage of people hire a contractor for a home improvement project? 13%, 42%, 77%, or 95%? 42% of people involved in a home renovation hire a contractor to do the work. Be sure to get at least 3 quotes for any work you want done. Once you've chosen a contractor, make sure you thoroughly check that company out. Get references, get all agreements in writing, and never pay for a job up front. A bigger house, a nicer car, even a trip somewhere nice. Well, there's no doubt about it. We'd all jump at the chance to make more money and be able to buy more things for ourselves. And that's where pyramid scheme investments come in. They promise you just that, a large financial reward by enrolling other people to join. Sounds completely simple. Now, they may be disguised as investments, games, chain letters, charities, or motivational companies, but no matter what face they put on, pyramid schemes are illegal, and you could end up losing your savings or even the ones you love. Take a look at this story.
It's hard to explain, but there's a real euphoria in town. Like, people do crazy things when they get a lot of money, like $40,000, $50,000, $100,000, tax-free.
David Thornton lived in a small town in Ontario, Canada with his wife and near his siblings. Now, David said that he always felt like a significant member of the community.
We had one of the largest businesses in our town, and everyone knew me and my wife, and they knew me from other things that I had done, raising funds for people. Suddenly things were changing that I couldn't put my finger on.
David said his suspicions were heightened all the more when his wife started acting differently too. She was on a high, somehow elevated, and now very carefree about spending money.
One day she threw me the keys to an almost new car and said, well, don't worry about it. And I said, well, I thought we were doing well, but I didn't feel that, being in a small town, we needed the car. We didn't use it that much. Not something expensive. She said, don't worry about it. So we were in a restaurant and she took a panic attack. I'd never seen a panic attack. I thought she was having a heart attack. I left pretty well the business up to my wife. I was busy building the business. It was a huge business. I spent 10 years physically building it.
But the stress his wife was under was about something much, much bigger, according to David. Something that had swept through the entire town, and panic attacks were just the beginning.
Okay.
She had mentioned it about, I think it was the year before. And I said, oh, those are pyramid schemes. And I explained it to her, and she tried to explain to me that no, you could get any different levels. It was to help women. And I remember the conversation we had, and I had said to her, no, these break down. And if it's supposed to help women who are being abused by their husbands, when the husband finds out that they put $5,000 on their credit card and they have nothing to show for it, they're going to be in worse trouble than they were before.
One of the things that you'll see with pyramid schemes, because they've been around for so long, is they always have to have a new angle. And so oftentimes the angle is directed at a certain group or a certain population.
And they were basically told, don't tell your husband about it.
David tells us his wife became one of the major recruiters. She is one of the members at the top of the pyramid, bringing in money for every one that she brought in afterward.
Eventually, it started to come out, and they couldn't contain it anymore. So the authorities knew they had to do something. And so they started going around a province, and the worst thing was that they were selectively prosecuting people and trying to keep the thing downplayed as much as they could. The hardest thing for me is that I was in that town for about 1.5 years, and nobody ever came to me and said, Dave, we know you're a pretty good guy, but your wife took us for $5,000. Nobody spoke out. This is the thing that really bothers me. That's why I keep fighting it. And the one person that made the most money, they made her Citizen of the Year.
Pyramid schemes go under many different names. Most of them have exactly the same structure.
Robert Fitzpatrick knows all too well about the pyramid scheme dynamic. About 20 years ago, while living in Florida, Robert himself was approached by a group of friends to join a pyramid. He was told he would make a lot of money quickly and easily, and so he invested.
The object is to recruit more people below you so you can move up the chain where you can receive the money. Now, why is that a fraud? Because it is an untenable, impossible system for continuing. You cannot endlessly expand. If you had 5 in the scheme and the 5 were told to get 5 each, which would be 25, and the 25 did the same, 125, you could only go 13 levels and you would surpass the population of the Earth. 5 to the 13th power is over 6 billion.
Robert spent many years researching and writing, and then wrote a book on pyramid schemes and how they affect those who join, their families, and their friendships.
The factor of denial is tremendous in these because people invest their most basic hopes and dreams in the outcome that they have been promised will occur. When it doesn't occur, or when somebody brings up the truth of it, that it won't occur, they go into extreme denial, and they want to get that other person out of their life, and this can cause the end of a marriage, end of a friendship. Family can be disrupted this way. This happened to David Thornton. It's not uncommon.
So I didn't know any of this was going on. So I put it together that she then decided to be, 20 years of marriage, and she was just going to give it up. And that's the choices people make, which is, it's sad. But also she was under a great deal of pressure from, the people that got her into it.
Human nature is such that we want to find the good in people, particularly people that are like us. And so I think it's all the more easy to get lured in to that kind of a scheme, and you have to be particularly vigilant about that.
And as for David's wife, well, she didn't lose any money in the scam, but she did lose her marriage over it. And according to David, she put herself through a tremendous amount of stress and worry.
I see all these lives that are destroyed. They'd wrecked our whole town. And my wife, I don't know how she's doing, but...
We're here with Craig Hannaford, our fraud expert. Everybody wants to make a good investment. Everybody wants to stay on the straight and narrow. How do I know the difference between a pyramid scheme and something that's totally legit?
Well, it can be challenging. That's why I tell everybody, before they get involved in any type of selling scheme like that, you really should check it out. Check out the people behind it. Go to the state consumer agency, see whether this company is legit on the level. Do your own research on the internet to see if there's been any complaints about this particular marketing plan.
Almost every night of the week at some hotel somewhere, there's a multi-level marketing meeting. Different products, different types of organizations. How do I know that it is a multi-level marketing company, which is legit, or a pyramid scheme, which isn't?
Well, once again, you got to check your local regulatory agency, because they may have complaints on a particular company.
That's
and
a good point.
and if they do have complaints, that's a big warning sign. Stay away. There's lots of other opportunities out there. You don't need to get involved in a company that consumers are already mad at them.
Yeah, that's right. If there's not, you're going to not make this meeting this Tuesday night, there'll be another one next Tuesday night.
Absolutely.
Well, I know that makes you curious, so stand by. Craig's got some more tips on how to prevent this type of fraud from happening to you. More Fraud Squad TV after these messages. What age group are most pyramid scam victims from? 20 to 34, 35 to 49, 50 to 64, or 65 to 80? Most pyramid scam victims are between 35 and 64. While pyramid scams may look enticing, there are not enough people in the world to keep them going. In fact, in all of the USA, the scheme couldn't survive the 10th round, and that's assuming everyone in the country participated. Don't lose friends and family by delving into such a scam.
Hi, I'm Naomi Joy. Have you ever thought about how often you are asked for your personal information? Like when you're paying for something in a store and the clerk asks for your telephone number or address? Once you give out this information, you no longer have control over its use. And here's the really scary part. Almost 30% of the time, fraudsters get your information from stealing this data. If you read the papers or watch the news, you know it happens. Protecting your personal information should become an automatic response. So when anyone asks you for your personal information, question them as to why they need it and what it will be used for. If you don't think it's for a good reason, or you can't be sure that it's the only way they will use it, don't give it out. You may not always be able to stop someone from stealing data, but you can limit who you give your information to. Now, Fraud Squad TV takes it to the street to hear more ways fraudsters try to get your money.
My story is that someone tapped into my phone lines and through the computer, and they billed some phone charges to another country. Big bill, $230. I don't really know. Using some sniffers and routers, they can go in, find your IP address, tap into your line, and then they use your line to make phone calls. I called my service provider and said, this is not my bill. I don't know anyone in these parts of the world, and refused to pay the bill. I was exonerated, and it never did happen since. In fact, what I did is I purchased a Mac. I was using a PC, and yeah, never had a problem with a Macintosh. Yeah, buy a Mac. I don't know. That's all I can really say. Yeah.
My story is I rented a house, and there was a guy living in the basement, and we hooked up the cable, and I have 2 little girls, twin girls, and they were, I think, 6 or 7 at the time. And all of a sudden, calls me and tells me that I've racked up $1,200 worth of porno charges and that they're going to cancel my cable. So it turns out that the guy downstairs between like 2 a.m. and 6 a.m. was totally ordering up all this porno, but he was linked into my digital box. So I got a bill for $1,200. When you install cable in a house and some of the floors are being rented out to other people to make sure that there's no way that they're being spliced.
In 2004, I decided to come and live in this country. So I get here, opened up a bank account, tried to get a good job, and when I went to my credit was all ruined. And I'm like, how can it be ruined if I never lived here? Unfortunately, someone got a hold of my name and of my ID. I don't know how they did it, but the truth is that my credit was really, really bad, dude. To get over this, I had to get a whole bunch of papers, I had to get proof that I wasn't living here in the country, and it did take me a long time to fix my credit. And that's pretty much my story.
Spent the weekend in Phoenix with my girlfriend, and when I got back, the first thing I did was check my email, and there was an email from Visa USA saying that there had been some weird dealings with my credit card, and I just got back from the US, so it made sense that they would contact me. They asked me to click a link and to put all my personal vital information in there to verify that it was me, or else they were going to cancel my card. So I hit the link. A beautiful Visa website came up, and something just kind of rubbed me the wrong way. It was asking for my social insurance number and things like that. So I decided to call instead to talk to somebody, and they told me that they don't usually send emails, and they started asking me some reverse questions. And then once they did, they said I was almost the victim of a scam. They were going to take all my information and then use it for, to apply for other credit cards or whatever they were going to do. But I did the right thing anyway. Just any kind of email regarding personal information, don't give your personal information on the internet. If you get a call from a credit card company, just call them. Make sure you talk to somebody. Call the number on your credit card. Check with them first. It seems to be very important.
Thank you for sharing your stories. By telling your stories, we might just prevent someone else from falling for the same scam. If you want to learn more about protecting yourself from fraud, or if you have a story to share, visit our website at fraudsquadtv.com. Let's fight fraud together.
The gentleman said, "Are you okay?" I said, "No, sir, I'm not. I need to go to the hospital."
It was creepy to know that a perfect stranger could get access of such personal information.
They say the best things in life are free, but you can give them to the birds and bees. I need money. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want.
Hi there, I'm Tom Nachu. Welcome to another episode of Fraud Squad TV. Can you imagine yourself being taken in by a scam artist? Most of us think it's impossible. We're too suspicious. We're too on guard for it to happen to us. Well, guess what? The millions of people that have been defrauded feel exactly the same way. Fraud affects everyone from all walks of life. It can happen to you because most likely you won't even see it coming. Fraudsters are like chameleons, and they're constantly adapting their scams. Stay tuned for this episode's stories and valuable tips. What percentage of insurance claims are fraudulent? 4%, 10%, 52%, or 87%? According to the National Insurance Crime Bureau, at least 10% of all insurance claims are either inflated or fraudulent. That leaves the industry to pay as much as $30 billion annually in fraudulent claims. That money comes out of our pockets through higher insurance premiums. Throughout this series, we've heard the experts and victims alike tell us, if it's too good to be true, well, then it probably is. Now, this phrase is particularly true in our next story, counterfeit products. You know that expensive watch or designer handbag that you can just pick up for a couple of bucks? Don't believe it. Not unless you're at a garage sale in Beverly Hills. You know, counterfeit products cost American businesses more than $200 billion a year, and American workers 750,000 jobs. Now, this is according to the FBI and the U.S. Bureau of Customs and Border Protection.
Unfortunately, in this case,
No one knew who the manufacturer was.
No matter where I go now, I'm always looking for counterfeit products and stuff like that. And I ask questions now and make them accountable for their actions.
Joe Pellegrino of Jacksonville, Florida, wasn't particularly interested in buying any sunglasses that day. But when he saw this popular brand at such a low price, he was tempted. And this temptation nearly cost him his vision.
When I went into the gas station, recognized a pair of sunglasses that I wanted to buy. I was paying for gas. The gentleman went ahead and let me take the pair of sunglasses down to try them on.
The glasses that were actually the counterfeit ones, although they looked very close to the genuine Oakleys, these were the ones that actually injured Mr. Pellegrino. Same name, same decals, same everything. The only problem is they're just not manufactured the same.
When I tried to open them a little bit, it kind of like slingshotted into my eye. And after that happened, my eye started, I thought it was bleeding. The gentleman said, "Are you okay?" I said, "No, sir, I'm not. I need to go to the hospital." The doctor said that I had a corneal abrasion. When I knew that this was probably going to turn into a little bit more than just a poke in the eye, went in to retrieve the evidence, and he had them back on the shelf after they just poked me in the eye.
The people that are selling these products don't really want to know where they come from. They just don't want to know where that person got them from. And they're going to sell them as what they are and just, wash his hands of everything that was before him.
My eyes would be welded shut in the morning when I would wake up and physically pry them open. You never know what you're being sold. As simple as a pair of sunglasses, you could lose an eye. You never would think that by going in and paying for gas.
Counterfeiters are not paying any taxes. They're not abiding by the laws and putting forth safe products, as a result of which the counterfeiters are detrimentally affecting the reputation and the goodwill built up by companies that have worked very hard to have a good reputation. You're actually supporting organized crime, you're supporting terrorist financing, and the same counterfeiters that are bringing in the Gucci and Louis Vuitton bags very often are shipping in that same shipment the counterfeit pharmaceuticals, the counterfeit electrical products, and the counterfeit toys that have hazardous materials on them.
Nowadays, it's a growing problem. So products that we've seen that are counterfeit now apply almost to anything that's produced in this global marketplace. And what we found is because copper is such an expensive commodity, the counterfeiters put in more insulation and less copper. So you see this smaller gauge wire, which causes overheating and potential fire and shock hazards. What we're finding is virtually everything out there can and is being counterfeited.
This kind of counterfeit bothers me, especially as a parent, a great deal. And here we have a toy that has not been tested at all. All toys in Canada that are sold have to be made on the insides with new material only. You're not allowed to use remanufactured material. We've dismantled these, and we have found just about anything you can imagine that's been swept up from the floor of some factory in some foreign country, we have found on the insides of these.
Safety standards exist because products not built in compliance with them could pose a potential health and safety risk to the public.
This is a pair of counterfeit Nike shoes. The box looks real, but it's not. The shoes look real, but they're not. There's no cushioning technology built into this shoe at all. So someone is going to use this, they're going to run on it, they're going to put weight on it, and it's going to affect their joints. They might not notice it immediately, but over a period of time, they're causing damage to their joints.
When you collectively look at the job losses, revenue, taxes, the products and the costs of enforcement, that it's potentially in the hundreds of billions of dollars on a global basis.
We're with our fraud expert, Craig Hannaford. In this particular case, the guy nearly lost his eyesight. Now, that's serious.
Well, there are some really serious consequences to buying these counterfeit products. So you got to be careful. Everybody's probably been tempted to do that, but some of these things can have real safety issues.
There's no question about it. Tell me about some of the safety issues you ran across over 25 years of law enforcement.
I've seen cases where stores have sold fraudulent or counterfeit extension cords, electrical extension cords.
It seems so benign.
With the actual safety symbol on it. And the problem with those is that they could actually cause a fire, and there have been cases where people's homes have burned down using one of these counterfeit extension cords.
So instead of spending $3.99, you spend $1.99 and you lose your house. Craig's got some more ideas that you can use to prevent this type of fraud.
Name brand products are not sold on tables on the street. Ask for the owner's manuals and manufacturer's warranties. If these do not exist or do not look official, it's a good chance that the product is counterfeit. Look for spelling errors in the packaging or instructions. Look for substandard quality. If the price seems too good to be true, the item is likely a counterfeit.
Give us a few more minutes and we'll be back with more Fraud Squad TV.
What percentage of global trade is in counterfeit products? 6, 19, 42, or 78%? Counterfeit products amount to 6% of global trade, and that's a huge amount of money. In North America alone, counterfeiting diverts more than $250 billion a year into the hands of criminals. It's not just the financial cost. As we saw in our segment, counterfeit products can leave you seriously injured.
Identity theft occurs when your personal and financial information is stolen, and then new documentation, credit cards, and loans are created by the criminal. While they run off with your money, your credit rating takes a beating. Proving that you didn't steal the money is often very difficult. Now, according to the Federal Trade Commission, identity theft is the most reported fraud in America, representing 42% of all fraud-related crime.
My name is Alina Litchfield. I'm 27 years old, and I was a victim of identity theft.
Nothing makes me happier than to find out that a bunch of them are sitting around the local jail comparing notes about how I caught them.
But it all started with my cell phone. Got a text message one day from T-Mobile thanking me for adding an additional line onto my credit. Then I got to thinking about that and started getting paranoid, and I checked my credit, and it was just a nightmare. I call it my big black book. My credit rating should have been at about 800. This is the impact on my scores. It starts out high. It starts going down to moderate and then to low. However, low has a whole nother page because they weren't done yet, so they just kept on going. Overall, everything totaled up together was just over $8,000.
This discovery led the local police to involve Barbara Glass, a specialist in identity theft crimes for the Portland Police.
We began a follow-up investigation that involved contacting the Postal Service investigators.
Somebody was what they call mailboxing, so stealing things from people's mailboxes, unlocked mailboxes. Mail had been not only redirected, but electrical bills, gas bills, those sorts of things were being changed into these victims' names, but to pay for these criminals' services at their house.
I know that they had my address, and when it's late at night, sometimes I'd be at home by myself. I was scared, yeah, because I don't know these people. I don't know who they know. I don't know what they're capable of.
Identity theft is taken very seriously in Portland, and quite often the local police and Special Emergency Response Team, or CERT, will raid the house of a suspect to execute a warrant. Now, in this exclusive footage, Fraud Squad TV was invited to attend one such ID theft raid.
Could be some really unattractive, somewhat naked people in handcuffs.
It's about 4:20 in the morning, and we are the search team. I don't think that they're expecting any guns, but anything is possible. Every time there's a surprise, though, there's going to be something that's going to be entertaining.
Sitting, waiting for it to happen, we hear the machinery coming down the street. It's like, go, 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 go. It was packed with stuff. We couldn't look in a cupboard or open a closet without having something related to fraud fall out on us. It was amazing.
They were clearly getting ready to use that information against other people.
Out of the hundreds of cases I've investigated in the last 5 or 6 years, there were maybe 3 that weren't related to methamphetamine. They want to make money fast, so they're the ones that go out and do car prowls and steal mail and do burglaries. They usually don't work. Fraud is their job. Finding more methamphetamine is what they live for. The people who do these types of crimes, they're looking for the quick hit. We found reams and reams of papers that had handwritten notes. We call them profiles, containing victim information, victims' names, dates of birth, addresses.
What they had done, what they hadn't done, what they had used, what they hadn't used.
Oh my goodness. Actually, paperwork of other fraudsters I know.
Are we all done? We also found computers, printers, monitors.
And this was a higher level of identity thief that we normally see.
You're gonna take us to jail. Gentlemen, we're looking for identity theft and computer software.
I don't know anything about computers.
I know.
Angel Thompson was denying involvement in any of the fraud or identity theft that was going on. And she was pointing the finger back at her mother, saying she's doing it all. She's the one who's responsible. I was aware of it, but I wasn't part of it. And it was not 2 seconds later, we opened a closet up, found a backpack that she identified as hers. And when we opened it, all of these notebooks with handwritten profiles that had other people's names and dates of birth and all their personal and financial information handwritten out over and over and over again. How can you continue denying that you're not part of it? And it was at that point that she decided that she didn't want to be nice anymore.
After raiding the suspect's home, Officer Glass and her team found extensive evidence linking the residents of the apartment to identity material relating to Elena Litchfield.
It probably took me about, 4 or 5 months on the phone, mailing letters on the phone, mailing more letters on the phone again to successfully reverse all the charges.
And now it was time for the district attorney's office to prepare their case against the women they began to refer to as the Thompson twins. But after examining the evidence they collected, they soon learned that Elena wasn't the only victim.
I think we counted, there may have been upwards of over 100 victims. The mother in the particular case agreed to a sentence of 75 months in prison and to pay restitution to the victims. The daughter is serving 45 months in prison and has also agreed to the restitution.
Fraud Squad TV obtained the official mugshots of the fraudsters taken the day they were arrested. Now, for the first time, Elena was able to see the faces of the women who stole her identity. Debbie Thompson and her daughter, Angel.
I've been waiting like a year to see what these women look like, and finally I get to see who did this to me. And it's the mother. Makes me sick that they did that to me.
You may have gotten away with it up to this point. You may get away with it for a little while longer, but eventually it will all catch up with you. Somebody will put it together. They'll figure out what you're doing. They'll figure out where you're at, and they'll come get you. They are going to pay a hefty price.
I was only one of hundreds of people in this specific case. I finally got my name cleared up in the very end. It has a happy ending, so I'm very grateful for that.
We're here once again with Craig Hanna for 25 years of law enforcement. It's been 25 years since I've known about a shredder. Now they're about $25. Maybe I should get one.
Well, you know what? I think everybody should have one, and everybody should make a point of shredding all of their personal information before it goes into the trash.
Now, in this particular case, there is a retribution. Somebody got caught. That's a good thing. But you know there's some fraudsters out there with the information that they already got your numbers. They just haven't used them yet. What can I do then?
Well, that's a really good point. Sometimes these fraudsters will steal your personal information, but they may not use it for 6 months or for a year. That's why it's imperative for you to check your credit on a regular basis to make sure nobody is abusing your good name.
And you can do that right on the web, right?
Absolutely.
Craig's got a few more tips that might just come in helpful for you.
Check your credit rating on a regular basis to ensure that fraudsters have not opened accounts in your name. Shred any documents that contain personal information, such as your name, address, phone number, bank or credit card numbers. If you receive any calls or mail from companies indicating you have opened up a new account and you haven't, follow up and close them down. Make sure your mail is left in a secure mailbox and not easily stolen.
In just a few minutes, we'll be back with more Fraud Squad TV.
What percentage of people still throw away their credit card and bank statements without shredding them? 10, 40, 70, or 90%? 40% of people leave themselves vulnerable to identity fraud. Don't throw out documents that contain your personal information. Shred them, or you may find you'll become one of the millions of people who fall victim to identity fraud every year.
Hi, I'm Naomi Joy. Learning the warning signs of fraud will go a long way to protecting you from it. Fraudsters will pressure you to spend money without giving you time to think. They'll tell you that the deal is a one-time offer and that you have to act now or you'll miss out and someone else will profit. They may even try to make you feel like you're part of a very select group, but they will very quickly go from being warm and friendly to cold and insulting if you don't give them what they want. If you learn to recognize the ways fraudsters take advantage of people, then you can beat them before they beat you. Don't be forced into any quick decisions that involve your money. Don't believe in easy money. And I hate to say it, but sometimes greed can be a huge factor. Don't be blinded by it. Now, Fraud Squad TV takes it to the street to hear more ways fraudsters have tried to get your money.
I was in a banking area, and I was going to withdraw some money or deposit some money. And there was a guy standing in the area, and he got a little pushy. He was trying to, he said, make a last-minute arrangement. And he had this check, and, you know, could we make some sort of arrangement, and, you know, blah, blah, blah. So the idea was that I somehow was able to put the check in for him. And unfortunately, I felt very pressured, but I didn't say no. So I did what he wanted and all the rest of it. And then it turned out that the guy was a fraud. Well, if you're in a public area, I think, and you don't like what someone is putting to you, just stand up for yourself. And if there's people around, they would probably help you out as well. You know, just don't do it. You always want to help somebody, you know, but it's another thing for someone to push you into doing something you don't want to do.
Well, my credit card was used in the eastern United States, one of the states, and to the tune of $3,000 or $4,000. And my credit card was still in my wallet, and I had never lost it. And the bank made it right. And it was identity theft, I guess. I don't know what else you'd call it.
Well, it was somebody or people hacked into the company and their affiliates, their system, and so my bank and their company issued I guess the equivalent of a recall for all their credit cards and the people who have ever charged with any type of credit system. Then afterwards, I had to change all my information, and I've been extra cautious ever since. Well, I would say to carry small amounts, to carry cash on you if you can, to carry as the least amount of credit cards or debit cards with you at all times, and to never have the different types of information, personal information on you at the same time.
My story is I got scammed about 10 years ago. My wife had talked me into joining a modeling agency. And what they do is, I forget exactly how much money it was. I think they take like $300 or something, and they say they're going to give you these, do photos of you and prepare a thing so that you have a booklet so that you can go to so that they'll get you work. You need that to get work. And I did that and never a call. And the place was called Holub, and apparently there was a lot of people complaining about them at the time. I found out later. And I think they ended up going under. But they ripped a lot of people off for a lot of money. There's people who got ripped off for thousands of dollars. I just kind of got in and, you know, my foot in the door, and that was it. And I kind of said, you know, nothing's going on here. So, and I got out. Anyone who's asking for money and they're not able to give you work, if they want money up front before they can give you work, it's a scary situation, especially if you don't have a lot of money.
Thank you for sharing your stories. By telling your stories, we just might prevent someone else from falling for the same scam. If you want to learn more about protecting yourself from fraud, or if you have a story to share, visit our website at fraudsquadtv.com. Let's fight fraud together.
It hurts the value, it hurts your reputation, it doesn't do you any good.
And as soon as he received his visa, his mood changed a little.
They say the best things in life are free, but you can give them to the birds and bees. I need money. That's what I want. That's what I want. Yeah. That's what I want.
Hi there, I'm Tom Netchu. Welcome to another edition of Fraud Squad TV. You know, fraud isn't something that just impacts a few so-called gullible people. It's not a nickel and dime kind of crime. It's a multi-billion-dollar criminal industry, and it's growing every day. The individuals that concoct these schemes to take your money won't stop at any given limit, and they have no conscience whatsoever about taking a vulnerable victim's life savings. Our investigations are clear about that time and time again. So let's start to protect our families, our friends, and ourselves. Stay tuned for this episode's stories and valuable tips.
It's one of the oldest crimes in the world. Forging the work of artists has always been a popular scam among fraudsters, but these days, advances in technology and with the help of international media, selling forgeries has never been more widely practiced, with over 120,000 convictions in America just last year. In this story, a television show broadcast in the Los Angeles area sold $20 million worth of fake art to more than 10,000 victims over 2 years. Let's take a look.
We believe that there are over 10,000 victims in this fraud scheme.
The television show was called Fine Art Treasures. It was broadcast across America on DirecTV's satellite network. Now, they were selling fake art by such masters as Rembrandt, Picasso, and Monet in a live auction format. Christine Eubanks and Gerald Sullivan seem to have a good thing going.
Part of the reason the fraud scheme was so successful is that it was on live television. It aired on TV on Friday and Saturday nights. It aired all over the United States in all different cities across the country, and also aired on live streaming internet, so actually it went worldwide.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Fine Art Treasures Live Art Gallery.
When people watch a show and are buying products, in this particular case, art, from a live TV show, the fact that it's on TV gives it some sense of legitimacy. So I think people felt it was a safe purchase, because if it was fake, they wouldn't be on the air.
Close and personal, folks. It is stunning. I've got $100. Thank you. Let's get a clock on it.
Initially, I saw the complaints and I kind of put them in a file, kind of made a note of it. The amounts of money that were being lost during these complaints didn't really rise to the level of an investigation that I would start. Over time, I started receiving more and more complaints, which set off a kind of a red flag with me, because people normally don't call the FBI when there's a crime.
325 I have, 325, 330.
As a result of the large number of complaints, the FBI launched an investigation jointly with the Los Angeles Police Department, the Internal Revenue Service, and the U.S. Postal Inspection Service. In order to catch these scumbags, a covert operation was launched where the FBI agents posed as buyers, calling into the show to acquire the fake art.
This is what the prints that were being sold on the television show look like when they're taken out of the fancy frame. As you look at it, it's just basically, it's almost like an 8.5 by 11 piece of paper with a photomechanical image of a actual Picasso image. This is a piece actually that the FBI purchased during the investigation, and we paid approximately $5,000 for this piece of art.
They got you both coming and going. They did the art auction, in which they actually auctioned off the fake artwork, but they did so by rigging that auction process in and of itself.
We have $225, we have $240. Clock, please, $250.
They would have fake calls and fake bids that they would use to run up the price of their fake art that they would sell. And the second part of that was, completely selling, more over than not, false and fraudulent artwork to their customers. And so when I say coming and going, they actually made you pay more for the fake art by running up the price through those fake bids.
Get the detail in this.
It's just great. And you know what's fabulous about these pieces is because he was a war correspondent, you know, during this time, he saw these actual events firsthand. This is firsthand.
They told their victims that the art that they were purchasing was worth anywhere up to $80,000, $90,000. They would tell them, this is for your grandchildren's college. And often when they were using their propped fake art, they would say, this isn't a deal, this is a steal. And in fact, it was, as it turned out.
I think people want to believe that they're getting good deals. They want to believe that, that maybe they can, maybe they have the opportunity to buy this great piece of art way, way under value. And I think the TV show and the people who were running it really took advantage of people and people's sense of wanting to believe in something that was too good to be true.
Local artist Charlene Mitchell became a different kind of victim in this fraud when she brought her work into their print shop for reproduction. Asking for only 100 copies, she had no idea that Christine and Gerald were planning to make many, many more.
I first discovered I was defrauded when a man approached me to buy my artwork because he said he had bought some from a source I had never heard of and wished to purchase more.
The main thing, I think, is in this kind of day and age and in this global economy, the fraud schemes that have been thought up by criminals around the world have become more and more sophisticated.
The quality of much of her work was very poor. She used the cheapest ink she could to print these giclées, and after a while, the print might look okay when you first get it, but after a while, the colors change and it's hideous.
After they completed Charlene's original order, the printers began to make even more copies, each one bearing the artist's forged signature and a bogus limited edition number. Thousands of forgeries began appearing on cruise lines and in hotels across the continent.
She signed the pieces and she collected.
Yeah, one of the things that they did was have fake certificates of authenticity that they had either purchased through another supplier or simply printed up themselves.
Hurts the value, it hurts your reputation, doesn't do you any good.
You can barely get a piece framed for $360, let alone triple matted and a Marc Chagall piece.
Thanks to the FBI's joint investigation, they were stopped. And Christine Eubanks and her husband Gerald Sullivan pled guilty and then were sentenced to 6 years in prison. But that's just the beginning. Multiple charges are being made from other victims while they serve that time, and it's expected that they'll stay in jail a lot longer than 6 years.
Everyone thinks they can get away with it at some point. And what ends up getting you in the end, what ends up getting these crooks in the end is their greed. The greed takes over. The amount of money they're making is so great that they can't stop.
We're here once again with Craig Hannaford to ask some follow-up questions. This is something I'm really interested in, collecting art now that I'm old. So how can I ensure that the art is real? Can I ask the seller to authenticate the work before I actually purchase it?
Well, that's a good first step. I mean, the art dealer should be able to provide you with a history of that particular piece of art. Who was the previous owner? Where did it come from? When did the artist paint it? All that type of history should be available for you to inspect.
Here's a semi-rhetorical question. Is it safe to assume that I probably shouldn't be buying great works of art from a home shopping program?
Well, I think that is pretty safe to assume. I don't think you're going to find any Da Vinci's on a shopping channel. But nevertheless, you may be able to find some good popular art deals on a shopping channel. So, you still have to be cautious.
All right, I buy the piece of art, I get it home, I hang it on the wall. I start to get that empty feeling that maybe it's a phony. What do I do then?
Well, I think the first thing you should do is try and return it to the place where you bought it. But as in this piece, the whole operation was a criminal operation. You may be out of luck, and that's when you're going to have to go to your local police authorities and report that you've been the victim of an art fraud.
If you're thinking about buying some art, then maybe you should hang on just a minute. Craig's got a few more tips about how to avoid art fraud. Marriage is usually one of the happiest times in a person's life, but not for the victims of marriage fraud. Some people are using the institution of marriage and the legal benefits therein as a means of gaining citizenship to a foreign country. Now, in many cases, the newly landed newlywed vanishes as soon as they arrive in their new country. And on top of that, they begin racking up government financial benefits with no intention of ever working or paying back the government loans. And in all of these cases, the victimized spouse is financially responsible. Now, we've seen fraud take advantage of the lonely and the elderly, but now, in this case, the emotionally vulnerable.
They shouldn't have picked me. And I'm not gonna let go of it.
Less than 24 hours later, she left.
The sweetheart swindlers are still in North America. They're perpetrators of marriage fraud, and their numbers are growing daily.
The marriage fraud is very common, especially nowadays. It's becoming a fashion.
They just want the easy passport, we can say, to come to Canada. Otherwise, if they come the other way, they have to pay the money, they have to apply for that, takes long time to come to Canada as a landed immigrant.
It's not only Indian communities anymore, it's not only Pakistani communities anymore, it's happening all over the world.
Worldwide, wannabe North American citizens are seeking out their victims right now. Some of them even using family and family get-togethers to make their mark.
I met the woman who I married and sponsored to Canada about 1999 when I attended a friend's wedding. She lived in Cuba. I did like her from the first time that I have seen her.
I went to Pakistan in spring of 2003, around April, and we went for my brother's wedding, and I met him face to face. And my aunt was there, my mom was there, his sisters were there, my cousins were in the house.
The courtship con continues. For months, even years, long-distance love is in the air.
I dated him a couple of times to know him better. He was just wonderful and funny. He was charming, he was respectful, just the kind of guy you would love to marry.
She always kept a positive attitude. She always presented herself to be a funny, warm person, expressed my feelings to her, and she basically told me the same thing. Okay, the same feelings that I had for her, she had for me.
Founded upon a litany of lies, the marriages happened in Pakistan and Cuba. The cracks began to show before the ceremonies ended.
We went to the marriage office in Cuba. There was laughs, okay. At that time, not being married before, okay, I thought maybe these are laughs of joys and stuff. But now I'm really looking back, they were laughing basically at me.
Even if the scam wasn't apparent at the wedding, the marriage fraud became painfully obvious even to the most smitten. The signs had been there all along.
As soon as he received his visa, his mood changed a little. It was a totally different person. But he was back home, everything I did was perfect. The way I dressed was perfect, the way I put up my hair was perfect, the way I met him was perfect, the way we did things together was perfect, but not over here. Everything I did was wrong.
Her attitude was completely changed. There was absolute no excitement on her face, and she was very, very cold. I was still thinking that all this new behavior is because she's new here and she needs to adjust.
Stuff came out of his mouth that I thought, why he's telling me this now? You know, why didn't he say something in Pakistan? Such as he likes tall women. I'm not tall enough for him. White skin, you know, I'm too dark for him, and I'm too skinny.
And it's not just the victim's heart that's broken, so's their bank account. Each sponsor is responsible for their new spouse's expenses in Canada.
The undertaking is a serious legal
contract between the sponsor and the government of Canada. The sponsor acknowledges that they are going to be fully responsible to support the person they're sponsoring, the spouse, financially, and to offer them what the basic necessities of life and sustain them in Canada.
When I married her, I had to sign a form sponsoring her for financially. And this is for a period of 3 years. I am responsible for her if she goes and uses any type of social services, loans. I am responsible for her not to become a burden to Canada.
It explains to the sponsor the seriousness of what they're doing. They are bringing somebody to Canada, and therefore this is a serious matter that they have to take. They should not take lightly. Also, it's a deterrent from abuse of the system.
He was on welfare, I think about September, October again of 2006. During that time, he collected about $7,300. And I started receiving papers saying, if you don't pay, your case will go to revenue agency. I agreed to pay, and they said $500 a month. I said, my whole paycheck is $500. What do I have to live off?
As well, this woman's spouse has applied for and is receiving a disability pension.
That kind of shocked me. I called them back. I said, what kind of disability did he apply under? They won't tell me. I said, why are you not telling me? If you're asking me to pay you back, I have to know what disability. It's prejudice on his part, and we're not allowed to tell you. It's privacy.
I did make a question to her, that if she would ever leave me. And the immediate reaction was she ran towards me, she hugged me, she kisses my face, and she told me, what a stupid question that I'm asking. She would never leave me. Less than 24 hours later, she left.
Marriage fraud victims have had to turn to each other for help.
It's not a one community anymore. It's all over the world, and it's from all over the people, like everybody, and it's just, people are doing it just to get into Canada.
What we are trying to do to give support, and use our own knowledge, and experiences, and pass it forward to other victims so they can maybe use that.
He and his family is not gonna get away with this. I don't have the money for it, that I would say. I don't have the money for it, but I have the willpower, and I will use that to the last drop of my blood, and I will seek justice. He will not get away with this. That's my message to him.
Once again with Craig Hannaford with some follow-up questions. Most frauds require an intellect to avoid. This one is an affair of the heart. If somebody from another country feels like they want to marry you, what precautions can you take?
That's what makes this type of fraud so bad, so wicked, because the fraudsters are playing on romance. They're playing on another person's heart. And it's really difficult for a person to identify whether they're being targeted by one of these heartless fraudsters.
You know, you hear about prenuptial agreements all the time. Is there some type of a legal agreement I can enter into so that this doesn't happen?
Unfortunately, that there is no legal agreement that you can enter into, because if you sponsor a person like this to come into the country and they divorce you or take off, you're responsible financially for any social benefits that they draw. So you can be really, really in a bad situation. Everybody wants to believe in love at first sight, and if you are down on a vacation and you strike up a romance, that's great. But take a step back. It takes sometimes a long time to develop a relationship, to fall in love with somebody, and you shouldn't be sponsoring somebody into the country just because you've had a great week with them at some resort down south.
Now, that makes a lot of sense. Now, let's say it happens to you. What can you do?
Well, the best advice I can say is to go to a lawyer, go to an immigration lawyer, and you probably should do that before you contemplate marriage, before you contemplate sponsoring somebody to come into the country. Make sure you have the information so that you're not victimized.
He has your attention one more time, doesn't he? Well, stand by. He's got even more tips for you now.
Now Fraud Squad TV takes it to the streets to hear more of your stories.
We basically moved to Canada, and I brought my husband over, and we had hired an immigration consultant to do his paperwork, and we ended up paying over $5,000, and the paperwork wasn't submitted, and which was basically a delay of 8 months, and we had to hire another immigration lawyer, and the paperwork got done after 3 months, and that was it. And the only thing I can say is before you ever deal with any type of immigration consultant, it's better to deal with an immigration lawyer. And you have to do your proper due diligence before you hire anybody to take on something like this. It's a big issue right now with immigration consultants because they're not regulated, and they have to be because they're able to basically take advantage of people who don't know the system and who are very vulnerable.
The diploma mill industry is a global industry. It's a global problem.
We had many of the victims describe the co-schemers as grandson, family members.
They say the best things in life are free, but you can give them to the birds and bees. I need money. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want.
Hi there, I'm Tom Netchu. Welcome to another episode of Fraud Squad TV. Now, fraud as a crime doesn't sound all that bad, does it? It's not a violent crime like homicide or armed robbery, so why pay any attention to it? It's really just about money, and after all, they say that your health is worth much more than money. The truth is that fraud can devastate people's lives. We're going to show you how ordinary people have lost so much money that they are left destitute, depressed, and in some cases even suicidal. Imagine your golden years, having worked your whole life assembling a savings, and in the blink of an eye, having it ripped away from you, never to be recovered, and leaving you destitute. At Fraud Squad TV, we've seen these heartbreaking stories time and time again, and we're here because we don't want it to happen to you. Stay tuned for this episode's stories and valuable tips.
How many people in North America fall victim to fraud yearly? 3.4 million, 15.7 million, 30.2 million, or 57.8 million people. More than 30.2 million people fall victim to fraud in North America every year. Fraud has ruined people's lives, broken up families, and caused companies to go out of business. If you've been a victim of fraud, report it. The competition for jobs has never been more fierce than it is today. The temptation to buy a degree or diploma to make your resume that much more competitive, well, it can be overwhelming. So as a result, fraudsters have responded to this market demand by creating counterfeit degrees and diplomas. Now, this practice not only hurts employers who hire someone not qualified for the position, but they also devalue the actual credentials issued by legitimate academic institutions. Take a look at this.
The diploma mill industry probably sells more degrees per year than are granted by the entire Cal State and University of California system.
The cost for bogus degrees is in the neighborhood of a couple $1,000s. So as a result, this fraud is bringing in something like $200 million a year.
Typical price for a degree is anywhere from $500 to a few $1,000s. So that combined with the services means that it's probably a $200 million, did I do that right? Yeah, a $200 million a year industry.
It's possible to buy just about everything and anything on earth, as far as credentials, letters after one's name, degrees, certificates, even particular courses.
It's a credential, and it speaks to what the person has experienced in terms of academic accomplishment. In some cases, it certifies a level of skill as well as knowledge. And those credentials are often used to express an expertise that people pay for.
There are people, of course, who are looking to get the easy degree.
But I didn't even know that happened. That's crazy. We work so hard in school, and okay, if you could just buy your way through everything, that's like, it's horrible.
Just how extensive is this fraud? Well, one politician running for president in Liberia, of all places, actually promoted his educational credentials in his campaign, even though they were purchased from a well-known fraudulent diploma mill.
Presidential elections. Liberia elected the first woman president of any African republic a couple of years ago. She's a magnificent person with impeccable educational credentials. Her primary opponent was a fellow named George Wee, who was a soccer player, who bought himself, someone acquired for him a degree from the very same diploma mill that I was first contacted by when I called to complain about spam.
I wouldn't like to think that someone else is not working hard and is getting the same credit that I am, but I'd like to hope that companies who are reviewing resumes have some way of telling whether or not a degree is fake or not, so.
The FBI had a task force set up to fight these diploma mills, but when the task force leader retired in 1993, the internet became the new storefront for these bogus degrees, selling close to 200,000 of them a year.
People work towards a goal, and if people can just buy it, then who's to say who has what, and what does a resume even mean anymore?
There's not as much scrutiny of academic credentials by employers as there should be. And unfortunately, people do get away with using these phony degrees.
I think people that have to buy their way through life are people that can't actually do jobs themselves.
They routinely will steal the entire website from some university, including the faculty. They'll change the phone numbers, and they'll post that until whatever the university they've stolen it from catches on to this and then complains. Some people, I think, are actually fooled by the very sophisticated ones that promise to do a serious evaluation of someone's life experiences.
Now, how does this affect you? Well, if you're a taxpayer, you might be surprised to learn that the government is actually funding some of these places. They're masquerading as legitimate academic institutions, and the government's buying it. All of that money comes straight out of your pocket.
Believe it or not, there are fake universities that have received funding from governments for students to get financial aid programs, for example, for the institution to run various kinds of programs, and the schools don't even really exist except as a website or maybe some printed pamphlets. And believe it or not, they're getting our tax dollars.
We're here with Craig Hannaford one more time to talk about this type of fraud. These are real scumbags. What can an employer do to make sure that the credentials he's being presented are authentic?
Well, first thing an employer should do is check to make sure that the educational institution exists, that it's a bona fide institution. So you can do that by checking with the state agency or the national registry to make sure the university exists.
Okay, so this is, again, a semi-rhetorical question. Is it safe to assume that if I'm buying a degree from the back of a magazine, I'm putting my money into the hands of fraudsters?
Well, you definitely are putting your money into the hands of fraudsters, but you got to look at yourself in the mirror. Maybe you're also a fraudster if you're trying to pawn off the fact that you've got a degree that really you did nothing to earn.
Are you saying that my 30 years of experience in business doesn't mean that I deserve an MBA just like that?
Well, I can give you one, Tom, if you want one, but really, an employer really should be looking at what are the courses you've taken in order to earn that degree and whether you have the qualifications.
Real universities and colleges have to be concerned with this. What are they doing to make sure that they're not being undermined by these fraudsters?
Well, they are concerned because, it undermines the whole reputation of various institutions with all these, false degrees floating around there. So they are taking steps to police this type of fraud and trying to shut down some of these, fraudulent institutions.
Give me a couple of telltale signs to know that if a diploma is fraudulent.
Well, often, if it's from a diploma from a university from a foreign country, you've never heard of the institution, they don't have a very good website, you can't phone them and talk to a registrar. Those are some signs that maybe there's some questionable activity going on here.
They're all good tips, but if you want a couple of more tips, hang on, Craig's got some more so that you can prevent this type of fraud.
Verify with the academic institution that issued the degree or diploma as to its authenticity. In order to obtain a degree or diploma, you have to earn it. You can't simply buy it. If you are an employer, Ask the prospective employee to supply you with a copy of their course transcripts and grades. Take all steps necessary to verify the academic credentials of the job applicant. There's a lot of fake diplomas out there.
We'll be right back with more Fraud Squad TV after this.
What percentage of resumes contain fraudulent educational degrees? 20%, 30%, 40%, or 50%? "20% of all resumes contain fraudulent educational degrees. Some companies have even hired their CEO based on fake credentials. If you're hiring someone based on their education, make sure the academic institution actually exists and that the potential employee really accomplished the degree that they claim to have completed." A certificate of deposit is a guaranteed security bond, like a protected savings account offered by banks, trust companies, and credit unions. And while legitimate institutions honor these CDs, independent sales representatives often charge outrageous commissions that really cut into your earnings. And since many CDs mature in about 30 years or so, you're often not aware about what you've paid until many years into the term. Now, who are the intended victims? Well, for the most part, it's the elderly, with fraudsters often setting up shop just steps away from seniors' homes. Let's take a look.
After my father died, my stepfather died, I got full responsibility of my mother, but I didn't have control of her money. She asked for advice, and I suggested that she put her money in a mutual bond fund.
After being lured by a promise of 7.5% interest, Donald Mooney's mother bought a CD at her local strip mall. That seemed like a good idea at the time, but she'd soon learned she'd made a big mistake.
There was a big banner, CD, 7.5% interest. And she made the mistake of calling, finding out about the 7.5% interest.
The case first came to light to the FBI through a couple of different means. We received information from local banks that some of their customers were appearing at the teller stations and withdrawing large sums of money and were accompanied by salesmen from a company called Leisure World Financial. The salesman told the teller and the teller operations supervisors that they were assisting the customer in getting a higher interest rate, higher than that bank could offer, and by the opinion of the bank supervisor, higher than what could really be possible.
Donald's mother decided that she needed some extra money. She returned to the strip mall outlet to cash in some of her certificates. She was absolutely shocked to learn that the storefront seemed abandoned.
When I got there, door was locked. You could see through the glass door. All the mail was laying on the floor, and a sign on the door with a phone number.
They were offering legitimate CDs, but what they were doing is they manipulated the interest rate. So for instance, a bank might be offering a CD that would mature in 30 years and it would be worth $300,000 when it matured. That CD might only cost $50,000 to purchase, and at the end of 30 years it'd be worth $300,000. CD Services was going to investors and telling them, if you give me $100,000, I'll give you a return in 30 years, it'll be worth $300,000. You'll be getting a 6% return every year, and so at the end of 30 years, your $100,000 will be worth $300,000. But unbeknownst to them, CD Services only had to pay $50,000 for that CD and pocketed the $50,000 as commissions.
Now, totally disturbed by this news, Donald tracked down the sales agent and demanded his mother's money back. He was surprised to learn that it hadn't been invested at all.
I called him and he says, "Oh yeah, that money wasn't invested in a CD. I'll give you the money back." And I asked him, this doesn't quite ring true. Did you put the money in your mattress? And he says, "No, I'll give you money market interest on it."
It's interesting because the guys that were involved in this scheme came from securities houses. A couple of them actually had Series 7 licenses. And while they were working young, out of college, or hadn't quite completed college, working at prestigious securities firms, they had developed a client base and come to realize that if you sold these types of CDs that they had basically come up with, that you could take a huge commission, such a huge commission that the legitimate firms that they worked for told them that they were very uncomfortable with what these salesmen were doing at the company, and basically told them to leave.
Donald did manage to get his mother's money back, but several other seniors had lost their money. As Donald discovered, many of these scumbags would specifically target seniors in frail and near-death conditions, get their signatures from their bedside.
And they said, well, this one's going to pass out any minute, so we'll just divide the money up right now. When you're on Medicare, you're on everybody's list. I get health care offers, real estate offers, offer after offer, things that I just can't pass up if I listen to them.
In Seal Beach and Laguna Woods, California, the CD fraudsters set up shop directly next to seniors' homes and retirement communities, often preying on the loneliness of senior citizens.
These old people are very lonely. And if anybody would take the time to sit down and talk to them for 15 minutes, that's their best friend in the world. They would give them 15 minutes of their time.
We had many of the victims describe the co-schemers as grandson, family members, loved ones that they trusted immensely.
Senior citizens are not interested in any kind of risk for their investments because they need that money to live. And so the purchase of the CDs is just the fact that they're selling CDs is clearly targeting a senior citizen market.
We had one co-schemer who was brought in for his book of business because he had a book of business of the near dead. He had the oldest clients that you could get that had money, were living primarily in leisure world communities in Orange County that could invest and that trusted him immensely and would invest. And so Chris Cook, our lead defendant, specifically brought him into the scheme because of his book of old people.
You can't depend on anything that a guy that you meet on the street would tell you.
It's also immensely satisfying to see the defendant be convicted after a very lengthy trial where he contested everything and didn't actually believe he had done anything wrong. So to hear guilty verdicts read and see his face was very satisfying. When he was a young, greedy individual with a family of his own, taking advantage of these elderly individuals.
All your life, you have a 401k, you have a house that's paid for, and everybody wants a piece of it.
We're here with Craig Hannaford talking about these certificates of deposit. Now, these type of bank products are usually considered safe. How can we ensure that this representative is actually depositing our money and not running off in a big scam?
You know, that's what's really scary about this story. People think that CDs are really safe, and they are safe. But it's the representative who could be the criminal, the one who's going to grab your money. You should check to see whether that person is registered with the state regulating agency to make sure they're licensed to sell these types of product. You know, do checks with friends, and that's one of the best ways, is get references from a friend who's had a satisfactory experience with an investment advisor.
That makes a lot of sense, as in most things that you're going to purchase. Now, these people went to an office in a mall. Should I assume that if the office is in a mall that it's illegitimate?
Now, you know, I don't want to tell people that they shouldn't do business with somebody because they have an office in a mall or, you know, on Main Street, because there's lots of really legitimate investment advisors out there who are, you know, have offices like that. But do your due diligence. Check to make sure this person is reputable and that there are other satisfied customers that he has.
Well, that makes sense. So if I do go to the mall, you're saying check if he's reputable. Okay. How do I do that?
Well, again, you can check with your state regulating agency, check with ask for references, and follow up on those checks.
But is there a document that he'll have in his office that says he's legit and associated with the bank?
Well, there may be some sort of document like that, but people have been known to forge those types of documents, so you never know. You know, if he is representing a bank, go down to the bank and double check to make sure that there is a legitimate relationship there.
Okay, over 25 years in the business, you have seen lots of these type of documentations. Just give me one red flag to look for in an agreement that I'm reading.
Well, I think one of the things you want to look for, if there are large upfront fees that you have to pay in order to make an investment. You know, if they're saying you have to pay 10, 20% of your investment upfront to them in order to place the investment, that's a big red flag. And one of the other things, if they give you lots of documentation to read and try and understand, if you don't understand it, take it to a lawyer or an accountant to have it reviewed.
Thanks. As usual, that's a lot of help. If you're interested in a few more tips, Craig's got some for you right now.
Before purchasing a certificate of deposit, ask the sales representative to document what commission they are receiving. Ask the sales agent who they are representing and contact the company directly to verify the claims being made. Have an independent accountant or lawyer verify the details of the certificate. Never purchase a certificate of deposit until you are absolutely sure of the legitimacy of the investment.
And we'll be right back with more Fraud Squad TV.
How much is lost worldwide due to Ponzi schemes? 25 billion, 35 billion, 55 billion, or $75 billion? Worldwide losses to Ponzi schemes are estimated at $35 billion annually. These schemes target everyone from ordinary people just trying to increase their income to seasoned investors. Anytime you're thinking about making an investment, make sure you check it out very carefully.
Hi, I'm Naomi Joy. The internet has become a huge marketplace for buying and selling everything from music to houses. Often you can get a great deal, but sometimes it's only a scam. Last year, internet auction fraud accounted for almost 45% of consumer crime complaints. The most common scam is a fake check, and you may not know it's fake until you've already spent the money. So when you're buying or selling anything online, use a well-known escrow service. Never accept payment that is more than the agreed-upon price. If someone you don't know wants to pay you by check but wants you to wire some of the money back, beware, it's a scam. Now, Fraud Squad TV takes it to the street to hear more of your stories about how fraudsters have tried to take your money.
I was trying to sell a rug that I had bought, which no longer went with my living room, and I received an email saying that someone wanted to buy my rug for almost twice what I was selling it, and they were going to send me a money order for the rug. And so we realized that what they do is they take your merchandise, or you mail the merchandise, I guess, or they pick it up, and then you cash the money order at the bank, because it takes some time for the banks to realize it's a false money order. You take the money, give some of it back to them, and then a week or so later, the bank calls you and says, this was a fraudulent money order, we need the money back, you are responsible for it. So then you are out your merchandise, which should have been my rug, and you're also out the money that you paid them back, that they said was the excess money because they overpaid you for the merchandise. I would say that if it seems too good to be true, it probably is.
I want to buy a dog off the computer for a gift for my girlfriend, and the guy said to send the money order first. So I sent the money order, and he erased his program off the computer, everything, and he never sent us back anything. Do more research before you do anything. And that's what I didn't do.
Thanks for sharing your stories. By telling us your stories, we just might prevent someone else from falling for the same scam. If you want to learn more about protecting yourself from fraud, or if you have a story to share, visit our website at fraudsquadtv.com. Let's fight fraud together.
This is funding drugs, it's funding gun running, it's smuggling, and a lot of other criminal activities.
I told him, I'm going to quit the company. I'm going to go to the FBI.
They say the best things in life are free, but you can give them to the birds and bees. I need money. That's what I want. That's what I want. Yeah. That's what I want.
Hi there, I'm Tom Natchu. Welcome to another edition of Fraud Squad TV. You know, fraud isn't something that just impacts a few so-called gullible people. And it's not a nickel and dime kind of crime. It's actually a multi-billion-dollar criminal industry, and it's growing every day. The individuals that concoct these schemes won't stop at anything to take your money. There's no conscience involved here. Our investigations are clear about that same thing time and time again. So let's start to protect our families, our friends, and ourselves. Stay tuned for this episode's stories and valuable tips.
Most of us are familiar with car insurance fraud. Some people exaggerate the details of a repair claim or destroy their car just to cash in on the insurance. But few of us are actually aware of the millions of dollars lost each year to insurance fraud. This impacts directly on the honest consumer in terms of increased insurance rates. That's right, when it comes down to insurance fraud, we're all victims, we all pay for it.
We make a distinction in auto theft between cars that are stolen and recovered by the police and the cars that are stolen and not recovered by police. What we look at is the recovery rate of these vehicles. When we see that the recovery rate is very low, it's an indication to us that organized crime is the driving factor behind these thefts.
Interpol today has 3.3 million stolen vehicle files on their system. This amounts to just over $9 billion in stolen vehicles leaving North America. This is organized crime, and this is fueling terrorism, and this is funding drugs, it's funding gun running, it's smuggling, and a lot of other criminal activities.
These are professional, organized thieves are searching particular neighborhoods. They're targeting neighborhoods where high-end vehicles are located, and they're waiting for people to come out in the morning, start their cars, and go inside and let the cars warm up for 10 or 15 minutes.
These vehicles are stolen in order. So they place a certain order into the books, and they're saying they want a 2006 BMW, and they get specific on the color, the interior, and the package, and they go out and hunt these vehicles down. So that's their job, to hunt them, and once they do surveillance on the owners, they check the neighbors, they know when the lights are on, lights are off, so they do their homework.
The days where the thieves would come and hotwire a car, they're more or less long gone. We still see it on older vehicles, for example. A car that's 10 or 15 years old can still be hotwired. However, what we see now is in order for the car to be stolen, the keys have to be stolen.
We see a lot of break and enters now because of the high-end vehicles would need special keys, immobilizing systems. So they'll go in and search a person's houses for the keys. We're seeing more of that.
In the old days, if a thief wanted your car, he smashed the window, hotwired the thing, and then off he went. But the ways in which thieves now steal cars is actually quite sophisticated. According to a recent auto industry publication, new computer software is allowing high-tech thieves to crack security codes of specific vehicles in just about 20 minutes. With a single mouse click, the victim's car is unlocked and its engine is started. The thief simply walks over to the car and drives away. The keyless entry system, heralded as one of the ultimate in auto theft security systems, is actually one of the easier systems to crack, as thieves exchange code cracking software the world over.
There definitely is a correlation between fraud and vehicle theft. A car that is stolen, and if it's a car that's ordered to be stolen, the thief might be paid $500 for stealing the car. He'll turn it over to the person who had him steal the car. That person has many options available to him. One is exporting the car.
The vehicles are taken over by an overseer, placed in an ocean-going container, either a 20-foot or a 40-foot container, and exported to a foreign country.
When the police become very good at picking off the containers with stolen vehicles, and the thieves change their operations and they start to sell more cars locally. In order for him to do that, he has to masquerade the identity of the vehicle so that he's showing that the car is not a stolen car. So there's going to be new VIN numbers placed on the car, vehicle identification numbers. Paperwork will be tendered in order to make it appear to be a legitimate car. So there's definitely fraud involved in that.
So how do we protect ourselves from the criminals working in this vast industry?
You're buying from a private individual. Find out where that individual lives, get some identification from them. If they're trying to sell you a stolen car, you need to have something to go on and to give to the police in terms of identity, etc.
The police find out that the car that they have bought is stolen, and we show up one morning and take the car away. There's not a lot of recourse for, the buyer of this car to get their money back, unless we have something to work with and we're able to trace the funds or find this individual. But if you're just dealing with somebody you met on the street, it's very difficult for us to find that person if you can't even find him afterwards. So,
in terms of the car that you're buying, make sure that you've done a vehicle history check and that you go and have that vehicle inspected physically, either with your own mechanic or at an independent body shop or a mechanic shop to make sure that what you're buying is what you think you're buying.
We're here once again with Craig Hannaford talking about this whole car theft thing, which really hits me in the gut. If a thief wants your car, he's going to get your car. In your opinion, what are the best systems that you know of to prevent?
Well, you're right, Tom. There's organized criminal gangs that are out to steal cars. And they're taking those cars, they're shipping them overseas and defrauding all sorts of people. But you can do a few things to prevent that, or at least slow them down. Obviously, one is not to have your keys in your car when you go inside. You may want to use some sort of steering locking device, such as the club, to make it more difficult for these guys to steal your vehicle.
What are the steps that you should go through before you contact the insurance company?
Well, you got to call your local police right away, because maybe the car has just been taken on a joyride and it'll be found a few blocks away. But it could also have been stolen by organized criminals who are taking it to a chop shop or shipping it in a container overseas. You got to get that information to the police. And then, of course, your next call is to your insurance company.
Now, this is something that affects virtually all of us, and I know you're worried about it, so hang on a couple of more minutes. Craig's got some more tips on how to prevent your car from being stolen and what to do if it does. We've covered investment fraud before, and we've seen how the fraudster gains confidence of his victim in order to separate them from their money. But what if this confidence is already in place? We'll see this in this story about one of the most revered relationships of trust, that between students and their teacher. Now it's exploited to fund a bogus real estate venture. Take a look at this.
I met Barry Landreth when I was getting my master's in real estate development degree from back in 2002, 2003.
38-year-old Orange County resident Barry Landreth began this fraud by first calling the University of Southern California. Now, he conned them into hiring him as a part-time lecturer in their postgraduate real estate program. Little did the college know at the time, they were providing Barry with a platform to swindle their promising graduate students. Greg Simon was one of his students and then one of his employees.
Barry portrayed himself as a very successful real estate entrepreneur who had an investment company that focused on doing hotel investment and development deals. He talked about these just very lucrative, successful projects that he had done, and he essentially was talking to a class of new students in the industry, people who didn't really have enough background to know right from wrong or black from white. Barry had tracked me down while I was working for a real estate investment bank up in San Francisco, and it offered me a great opportunity or what seemed like a great opportunity to come work for him, lucrative compensation package, and working on some very interesting deals and more added responsibility than what I was doing currently.
Barry Landreth saw an opportunity in his trusting and faithful students and told them he was providing them with an opportunity to work with him on a new real estate venture he'd started from scratch. Webster Realty Investors, complete with several major deals pending.
The employees here in Southern California were told that the main office was in Chicago, where Barry had started this company called Webster Realty Investors. And Webster Realty Investors allegedly had 27 employees working in this office in Chicago, mostly back office type people. And we were really the deal people, as he was focusing a lot of his efforts here in California, but as well as some other states.
So when you are teaching real estate finance and you are in the business of real estate development and you're making all this money, that really makes people believe in you.
And he would send us out on these just very, kind of like a wild goose chase on things to research, work to do, and allegedly the work we were doing was somehow related to these deals which he had lined up for the company. Barry had this ability to kind of calm our fears or our questions when we started, telling him, hey, Barry, this just doesn't make sense.
But like any good magician, Barry practiced the art of misdirection when his students got too suspicious, when they got too close. He introduced his team to their first closed deal. Now, this was a multi-million-dollar development in Chicago that was this close to closing.
Barry had raised some equity funds for a deal that was located in Chicago. And it was to buy a couple city blocks to do some high-rise mixed-use development.
For instance, on the Chicago property, it was going to be bought and then redeveloped and then sold, or bought, developed, and sold. And the actual location of the property was a little vague. It was at property at this certain intersection. You don't know whether it's the northeast corner, the southeast corner, whatever the case may be. And that was actually an addendum C to the project that was always missing.
He come to the employees and said, hey, we have a little bit of extra money that we need to raise for this deal. We've already got 40 million of it raised. But if the company's going to put the rest of the money in, but if some of the employees and some of your friends and family want to get in on this, you're absolutely welcome to. We've already got the deal in contract. We just have to add a little more equity to it. It's going to close within 60 days, and then you're going to get your money back plus a very sizable return.
If someone tells you up front, I can pay you 30%, and I've done cases where people are told you're going to get 100% a week, I can say flatly, those types of investments do not exist. There is no such thing.
Myself, our friends and family, the employees, a lot of people put money into this deal. We're not talking millions upon millions of dollars, but enough to be substantial for a lot of people.
He used his position as a USC professor to prey on his students and family members of his students. If you're attending a class taught by a professor in real estate development, and he offers you a chance to go on an investment with him on a real estate development, who wouldn't have trust in a situation like that? And that's once they have that trust, they've got your money.
The 60 days came and went, money wasn't returned, and Barry started giving us one excuse after the other as to why there was a delay in returning the funds to the investors. First was the accountants had screwed up the statements, and then the attorneys had screwed up some of the documents, and he was talking about using some of the biggest names of attorneys in Los Angeles who were screwing up these documents.
Very importantly, you need to look at the specific details of the investment opportunities being provided to you. In this case, that addendum C, which actually gave the property location for the Chicago development, was never provided, despite repeated requests for. And little things like that, you have to put you on notice that, hey, something's not right here.
I confronted Barry with it, and he completely denied everything. the money had not come back at this point, and I told him, like, I'm gonna quit the company, I'm gonna go to the FBI. I don't think he believed me, but I knew I had enough documentation to at least get the FBI on the right track, and so I quit.
No, it's safe in your pocket.
Greg Simon's report to the FBI led to the arrest and conviction of Barry Landreth on 3 counts of wire fraud. The 38-year-old Orange County resident pled guilty to all 3 counts and is now in the midst of serving a 6-year sentence in federal prison. This was easily the hardest lesson his students have ever learned.
Now I have a better understanding now of what it means to trust people. You know, I met Barry as a student. He was my teacher. You know, I typically in that kind of a relationship, you know, a student places a lot of trust in their teacher or professor. It's my belief that in the 3 or so years that he was teaching there, that his whole game was essentially to con people, whether it was the students or the university.
Following the trial, Greg and his fellow students were shocked to learn the details of the case, revealing the magnitude of the fraud, of which none of them were aware.
All these people we've been communicating with on email were Barry himself, who had gone and created alternate email identities and was using those email identities to talk to us through various different characters.
We are lucky if we catch the con artists with maybe 5% of what they took in, which means if you invested $100, you're only gonna get $5 back, maybe, probably less than that.
He did, though, take money from the investors and upgraded his lifestyle. He went and bought a special edition Cadillac Escalade. He and his wife were very into horses, and they went and bought some very world-class, I guess, expensive horses with the investors' money. And then he used the rest of the investors' money to pay salaries and so forth to the people who were working for him. So in the cases where employees had invested their own money, we were essentially paying ourselves to work there.
We're here once again with Craig Hannaford for a couple of follow-up questions. Now, these young people seem just a tiny bit too eager to jump into this opportunity. What could they have done to show some due diligence?
Well, often, and particularly young people, they may get really excited about an investment opportunity. They think they're going to make a lot of money on something, and maybe they're not taking the steps necessary. You always have to do your due diligence. You have to check to make sure that the investment you're putting your money in actually exists.
In 25 years of law enforcement, you've picked up all these telltale signs in advance. What are a couple of telltale signs that these kids might have looked for?
Well, I think when people are sketchy on details, they don't want to provide you written information or written documentation. They make promises that they're going to give you documentation and it never arrives. Those are some big warning signs, and you want to do a little bit more research.
Now, this particular fraudster was a very clever guy. To make sure that you don't get sucked in by something like this, Craig's got just a few more tips.
Hi, I'm Naomi Joy. An incredible 40% of credit card fraud is due to counterfeit cards. Criminals use technology to read the black stripe on the back of legitimate cards so that they can manufacture phony ones. They can even copy the hologram from a real card to make the fake one look genuine. You can help stop them from getting information from legitimate cards by protecting your own credit accounts. Keep an eye on your credit cards and report any loss or theft right away. Sign a new credit card as soon as you've received it, and anytime you use your card, watch where it goes and take it back as soon as possible. If you move, make sure you notify the credit card company beforehand so that your statements aren't sent to your old address. Now, we've heard how resourceful criminals can be, and we may not be able to stop all of them, but we can make it a lot harder for them to get what they're after. Now, Fraud Squad TV takes it to the streets to hear more of your stories.
I went to a gas bar once, tried to put my gas on Visa, and the guy swiped it behind the counter and he said, I can't take this. And I kind of looked at him and went, what, I know I have the money, and what's the problem? He said, well, they won't accept it. So when I called the bank, they said, yes, there was somebody who tried to use your card, or use your number, somewhere out in a completely different city from where we were, and it didn't match up with other purchases that I had made, and the bank caught it. They called me and said, just come in and we'll send you a new card in the mail. It was pretty creepy.
It was, about a year ago, I got a notice in the mail that I owed on multiple credit cards a few $1,000s on different cards that I had never seen before, different gas cards, and just different things. I had no idea what it was from. I mean, I couldn't believe it, but I guess that's why it's important to just kind of periodically check your credit and your statement. Because if I had looked, I would have seen open accounts on my, and I would have known, hey, what is this? But I never looked, I never checked, I never think to. And they had the bills set up so it was being paid online, so I never saw anything on paper.
Thanks for sharing your stories. By telling us your stories, we just might prevent someone else from falling for the same scam. Now, if you want to learn more about protecting yourself from fraud, or if you have a story to share, visit our website at fraudsquadtv.com. Let's fight fraud together.
Well, that's the end of another episode of Fraud Squad TV. If you'd like more information about the stories that you saw on this episode, or you'd like to tell us about a fraud that may have happened to you, please go to our website at fraudsquadtv.com. Remember, we're all in this fighting fraud together.